Hey, you have an eye booger. Are you going to get it, or do you need me to do it? Oh yeah, I forgot I saved all the way out here because I couldn't freaking find one. My bad. There probably is one in the house, I just couldn't. I was being derpy. Derpy again. Oh, God. At least in this game, I understand why you're not able to jump. Anytime I hear you. Alright. Oh, whoops. Wrong person. Oh, God. I thought I was skinny enough to fit through there. I was not. Alright, tutorial war battle. I'm under the impression that you can't lose this, but... yeah, good. That's good. It's good to chill. Well, I can't organize this anyway, apparently, so... Yellow! Oh, I actually have the advantage. Normally when you go into these battles, you don't have the higher numbers, but I guess they want to make sure I don't lose. Nice speech pause. It's like, justice is nice, but it's better to impale him. And it worked. Charge! That battle cry. How does one battle cry? Banzai? Okay. I mostly remember how to do this, but oh well. I guess if he's gonna teach me anyway. Rock, paper, scissors. I have no cavalry right now, which kind of makes the rock, paper, scissors things useless, so it's okay. Just wait till we get to the boats. The boats get a little caught. It's basically the same thing, but I always forget which boat is what. This is definitely one of my least favorite parts of... Well, it's not bad, it's just, I find this not as epic as they're supposed to be, I guess. Oh yeah, I'm supposed to... You do have the rock, paper, scissors. Yeah, fuck it. You go in the front, boss. That. Sir, you help Boz. Actually, I don't think Boz needs help. Probably not. You know what? Fuck it. I'll just it. He stuck me all the way in the back. I try not to die. I know that sounds obvious, but... If you take too many casualties, it affects your recruitment ability. Oh, okay, apparently he's about to get sandwiched. It's okay. Oh, fuck you, Miller. This is why you save before the battle, guys. Oh, okay. That was a little... I thought how do I cast magic? See, now I'm running into each other. Oh, I have 3 charges, might as well. I thought Siles had magic. Oh my god, I can't even see what I'm doing. Okay, fuck it. I'm trying to tell Siles to cast magic, but it's not working. Oh, they really got him that time. Ugh. Yeah, screw you. I did. Hey, Dick. Yeah, I think I remember I had to, like, spread my troops out, like, a lot in this game because they kept bumping into each other. Oh my god. I'm surprised you're still up, actually. It's because it's Friday? Or Saturday, technically. So you get more money if you don't die as much, but not that that matters. Life is precious, damn it.
Marvelous! Absolutely marvelous, Your Highness! What a triumphant return! A new god of war is born, the blood of His Majesty Perrin running in his veins! Attention, attention! Listen here, my dear citizens of Rainwall! Helena is about to be undermined by the evil ambitions of the ever so despicable Godwinds! But with the divine guidance of the sun, His Royal Highness the Prince has come to stand before us! And in the name of our Prince, let us join together and fight for the liberty of Helena! We must deal a crushing blow to Godwin, who murdered our queen and the commander of the Queen's Knights! And we must rescue the captured Princess Limslia! We shall restore our beloved homeland to all its former glory! Let our mercy as deep as the Fatus, and our authority as powerful as the sun, be revealed to the entire world!
You know, given his shape, Barrows is quite animated. I don't think I could move like that if I was shaped with the belly. Ah, okay. Gotcha, gotcha. Well, you be careful when you go pick him up, okay? Nah, I'm just saying, like, the way he's bending and shit. If I had a belly like that and I tried to bend like that, you know their center of gravity is, like, different, right? My ass would have been on the pavement if I tried to do that. This game already has funky animations. No. Yoga classes. You know, I can't say that's not a possibility with him, but I think he needs to spend more time in the what is it called? Hot yoga? The one where you're actually sweating and doing work. He got the flexibility part right, but he could use a little little help in the other areas. I don't know exactly. I don't actually yoga, which I probably should because I'm about as flexible as a 2x4. But I was under the impression of hot yoga, like I don't know, like if the room is heated or something, but like as the name suggests, like the temperature is actually hotter. Well, or at least she can read guys pretty well. I don't know, he pulls out the sob story. My bruh. This is one of the few times where somebody's actually kind of planning a coup, and their person who's getting cooed, technically, is happy about it. Technically. Yeah, not yet, Limbs. Later, like in like 40 hours. 50. You know, speaking of fiance, am I the only one that spells it with 2 E's, or... I'm spelling it wrong this whole time. I swear it's supposed to have 2 E's, I wonder. Am I retired from COD? Make it sound like I was a full-time COD player anyway. I mean, if you want to watch people stream COD, then... No, I wasn't. There's a little COD channel to begin with. I keep telling y'all that, and you're like... It's literally not a COD channel, I just did it because... At the time, it made sense. There's still plenty of... I actually think there's more people streaming COD, or at least BO4, lately than there was when I was on, so... It worked out. Wow. I said, I don't know how you play the newer ones, too. Like, those aren't even the COD... They don't even, like, play like COD games anymore. I mean, it's fine if you, like the new direction, but, like... They should have just, like, started a new series at that point. Well, it auto-scrolled there. What, BO6? You know when you play, like, zombies or whatever? I heard the zombies was relatively decent. Oh, you went PC Master Race. Let's see. I see. Solo leveling Arise. Is that an FPS too, or? You mean to tell me there's not a fucking save crystal in this whole play? Oh my god. Fucking Barrows is one of the richest dudes in the kingdom. He doesn't have a save journey in his crystal. I'm so mad.
Oh, Your Royal Highness, you've arrived just in time. Indeed, we are in the presence of one dauntless General Dine. He is from Sable, a fine hamlet in the south.
Hamlet?
Your Royal Highness, I am most honored to meet you. My name is Dawn. I hail from Sable. I was ordered by Lord Ralbel to assist you, sir. I came here with some of our troops as quickly as I could.
You're gonna be a big help around here. Sable's close to the border with Armis, so they've always been at each other's throats. But I've heard Armis has been shaking in their boots ever since Dine took command down there.
No, Lord Wild, I'm afraid your compliments are undeserved. The reason Armis has been docile lately is because their Majesties Arshtat and Ferid were so skilled at diplomacy. To show our gratitude to them, we solemnly pledge our strength to help you, sir, in any way we can.
Oh, this is most helpful to our cause. What's more, volunteer soldiers have been pouring in from every region. My. The day we thwart the Godwin scheme is indeed nigh.
Dude, he's either really short or the generals are really tall, because... I say this as a short person, okay? Boz has, like, 2 or 3 head... He's like 2 or 3 heads taller than him. It's an action RPG. Well, do you like it so far? I'm trying to think. I was like... The name had me curious, because it literally says solo leveling alright. To me, that sounds like grinding. Solo grinding. Absolutely. It's a catching it. What are you catching? Monsters? Like Pokemon? I know what you're talking about, kid. I don't know how to spell it either. Capture? Captcha? I don't know. You gotta get a bunch of things. Collecting things. You have to unlock characters. Okay. So... Oh. It's like gambling. Oh, that's... that's good, too. I always want to play a gambling game. I get to start recruiting people. This is one of the few games where you recruit people way before you get a castle. Or you get your rune, which is kind of odd, but... It's because I'm royalty. I guess, I don't know. You have to gamble to build a good team. Hey, that sounds like pay to win to me, too, but... maybe I'm just jaded. There's a reason why Salem doesn't want me to recruit Lord Lake, and we'll find out if I get to it. It is kind of an odd suggestion, but... You don't get a lot of... Well, how do you get the tickets? I'm assuming you can pay for them, but there must be a non-monetary way to get them, correct? It's not like I have anything else to do, fatty. I'm sorry, I'm making fun of his belly. He does have, like, the oddest movements, though. Like... I don't know how to explain it. It's like, have you ever seen one of those, like, weighted... Like, you know how, like, a bowling pin kind of, like, it's weighted on the bottom and then it kind of, like, wobbles? Like, it's kind of... He moves kind of like that. Or, like, a... something that's weighted... It's just, like, swinging on an axis, anyway. You have 2 accounts. I mean, they always make it to where you can buy those tickets, too. And I mean, any game... they would be stupid not to have that in there. But... don't buy too many tickets, sir. Alright. He's making me do the legwork. It's okay. I don't think they're gonna join if he asks. Alright, so I'm running around in a 2-man because... Oh, that old buzzard. Buzzard. Rainwall, the mansion, stop at the trading post, okay. Oh. Just kidding. Let me... Okay, good. Don't waste your money on stuff like that, too. That's... I mean... Okay, so it kind of makes me sound like an asshole to say you're wasting your money, but it's not a good... I don't think the real money... The real world money that you spend is a good investment for what you actually get. So, I don't recommend buying in-game currencies, but it's okay. Sorry, retrieve, I can't. Okay. Especially if it's something, a game you're not going to be playing long term. It's a real waste of money, but... You gotta look cool. Okay. That's that's the most important thing, right, too? Let's see, where did I walk past the trading post? Where did I go? There you go. This guy doesn't even get a building. He's just standing outside. Do you have more salt for me? You do not. Damn, coffee expensive in this world. Look at this shit. Yeah. Dude, look, so coffee's like 4,000. You can get gold and silver for so that's like what? I can't math. So I mean, that's that should not be that expensive. Coffee should not even remotely be close to the price of gold anyway. I can't math. You grinding, okay. I mean, if you're gonna play it for a while, it's not too bad. Oh, Zarase's still in there. Sorry. Keep buying salt. Where is Dr. Murad? I don't know. You're not gonna join me right now. I need to concentrate. Here you are. Okay. You have 40 days. Okay. Well, that's good. So hopefully you've been earning lots of tickets. I'm assuming they have, like, I don't know if they're daily challenges, but like timed challenges, daily or weekly or whatever. They usually have something like that to keep people engaged. I mean, it worked. I think I'm supposed to ask him, right? Oh, that's not what I meant. Oh. Well, I'm gonna have lots of wounded people, so... It's okay. Doctors Without Borders. Doctors Without Borders. Alright, I do have to talk to him, though. Okay, so it says level 20. I should be okay. I guess weirder things have happened. We don't have a lot of tickets. I mean... Is there any benefit to stockpiling tickets? Oh, okay, got you. Well, yeah, if you already have the stuff that you need from the current pile of possible things you can win, then yes, it makes sense to stockpile. You hear that? Yeah, usually the new stuff's OP. Alright, well, you start stockpiling those then. I'm not surprised that you used all the other ones, though. Follow the road east and then north. I mean, I know they put the road here so I wouldn't get lost, but I'm just like... Oh, of course I get the special battle. Holy... Okay, so I wasn't expecting one that big. Well, let's do this. Ow.
Here we go.
I hope I don't get taken out. This is gonna be a little embarrassing. He is faster than me. Keep this in mind.
Here we go.
Okay, let's do this. just in case. Am I getting in before him? I wasn't expecting that. Oh, that actually did do some damage. Let's do that. Let's do that. If I can't take him out with soon, I'm gonna get in trouble. Oh, okay. That's good too. What is it doing? It's spinning. Oh. He just like wastes his turn. I don't. Maybe the game's like, oh, there's only 2 of them. Maybe I shouldn't. So damn me. Ow. Oh, damn it. I mean, it just depends on how you use them. Oh my god, I might actually get taken out by this stupid thing. Stop flattening me. Okay, you just stood there that time. Oh my god, I don't... absolutely should not be fighting this thing. Two people. Oh, thank you. Shoot.
We did it!
That was my first overworld battle too. If I run into another one of those, I'm gonna have to flee. No, I have another battle once I get in here. That's great. Oh god, I'm confused. Just to the south of the pastel cactus. Okay, I'm assuming he's talking about that. Is this the house he's talking about? I hear music. Look at all these angry elves. Oh, I was supposed to use magic to take these out, but I have no magic because I used all my... well, you know what? This is probably just me looking at it funny, but hey. Please don't have status effects. Please don't have status effects. That would be really annoying. Okay, okay, I could... No. Actually, that's a little bit annoying, but it's... Okay, fine. Oh my god. I said no status effects, god damn it. Oh, he got pissed off because I was sleeping and then I woke me up. They're supposed to be elves. They're called, well, specifically Do-Re-Mi elves, because music. And I'm about to get scolded for freaking killing them. Well, I didn't kill them, but... I mean, I kind of killed them. I defeated them. I defeated them. Uncouth, uncultured barbarian. He called me. How dare I be uncouth? Do I have to answer particularly? Of course. You mediocrity. Damn. Oh, he said it twice. We do 3! Oh, yeah, there you go. Oh, goodness. Your mediocrity is... anathema? I actually don't know how to pronounce that word. I'm assuming it's similar to the word bane, like your mediocrity is like the bane to something like that. It's not a good thing, I'm telling you. Oh my god. So now I have to help this dude get more elves. I guess I did kill him. He's gonna teach me how to catch elves. I'm curious what he calls me in Japanese, because what word would he say that translated to mediocrity? Yeah, there's a rune for everything in Suikoden World, by the way. Everything. I like how I'm ambushing this thing from the back. So, I am not allowed to bitch smack him. I don't know how that sound effect is enticing, but it's okay, it works, apparently. That is the weirdest looking elf ever. Looks like he has the mouth of, like, a snapping alligator turtle or something. You don't have to recruit these elves either, which is good, but I do have to recruit this dude. Typical musician. I shouldn't say that. It's hard being a musician. The pay's not that good. I know that because I know a couple people who went into music. It's definitely one of those jobs you do because you're passionate about it and usually have a talent for, because otherwise you're gonna struggle. Let's see. Alright, hold on. So I'm trying to see if there's anything I'm supposed to be doing with this dude. Okay, okay. Is there a trading post in this town? I have no idea. I do need to find an inn, though. I didn't use up most of my magic because that stupid furball thing. Armor. I can't remember which. Oh, hey! Speaking of which. I need your salt. It's supposed to have 6, I don't have 6. Handicrafts. Coffee's even more expensive here. Oh my goodness. I don't have quite enough. I don't know. Sometimes you can do it with less than 6, but I forgot where the damn inn is. This music is low-key grating, it's supposed to be, but you don't come in here that often. Oh, good job, Jim. Must be good luck. That being said, do you need 2 of them, or are you just gonna sell the extra one? Alright, so... Alright, so he's talking about salt. I don't... Yeah... because I only have 5. Pooties. Okay, apparently I can recruit more elves. You know what? I have the space. You can upgrade them to a 10. Oh, okay. Don't tell me you need more tickets to upgrade them. In the forest to the south of Rainbow on the east bank of the river. Okay. Oh, Jesus. Well. Oh god, he's in the front. I need to move him. Bad Bunny. Let's do that for now. Okay, so back to Rainwall. Go pick him up, Toon. Be careful. Thanks for dropping by. Oh god, these two in the back are useless. Do you have medicine? Oh, you have a cough drop. Oh, that uses your turn up. You better not die. Dude, they're making the screen shake. Oh my god, did I take out an— oh my god, I'm stupid. Well, you're just gonna have to live, buddy. I could heal him, but eh. Oh, you know magic! Oh my god. The random enemies usually don't know magic at this point in the game. Just kidding. Alright, Toon. You be careful, though. I forgot what the hell. Just stuff there, man. Oh. Just kidding. Oh my god, don't make me use magic.
Here we go.
Bad Porky.
Here we go.
Okay, so south on the east bank of the river. Haha. Oh, he actually does damage now. Go south along the eastern bank until you come to a small grove near the crux formed by the two branches of the river meeting. Kari. I think I'm hugging a little bit to the left too much, but... Oh, Jesus. It's a gymongous... What are these called? Pitcher plants? In real life?
Here we go.
It's not quite a pitch. It's some sort of carnivorous thing. I've had zero luck with carnivorous plants, by the way. I have tried, like, Venus flytraps, which they do actually... They grow in the Carolinas, which is close to where I live. I even tried putting bugs in there for it. It didn't work. I don't know what the hell... what the hell I was doing wrong.
Here we go.
It's supposed to be easier than some of the houseplants. Like, I have, like, calatheas and stuff, and they do fine, but no. Oh. It'd help if I healed in between battles, huh? What the? Oh, dude, you're like scratching me like 15 times.
Here we go.
Being all dramatic and crap when you fall up. Should probably heal. Oh, no, don't take Leon out. Oh, thank you. That was close.
Here we go.
I think this is because they're like, it's like a palette swap for one of the bosses in the game, so they get a dramatic death. Okay, so that's Rainball. I don't know if it's worth trying to get this elf right now, guys. I'm not exactly sure which forest he's in. I mean, it would make more sense while I have Cornelia with me, but... Go south along the eastern bank until you come to a small grove near the crux. Okay. I haven't seen anything that looks like that description, so I must be looking at the wrong part of the river.
Here we go.
At least they're leveling up a little bit. Not that I plan on using them right now, but... Well, eventually it's gonna stop me because I'm not supposed to go too far east.
Here we go.
Oh, you missed! Oh, the elf actually did some damage. Look at that. Did more damage than Cornelia. Alright, I'm gonna... Oh god, these battles take so long. So long. Might start... I don't think I can cross this? Question mark. I hope this is not like Dragon Quest. Okay, no. Good. It's like, please no difficulty spike just because I crossed the bridge. Oh my god, I swear my accuracy went down. Okay.
They can't defeat me.
That being said, I don't think I'm supposed to cross that bridge, so let me let me go back. I think he's talking about, like, down here. Oh my god. I don't know if I can retreat. Yeah, I didn't think so. Ow. I might need to put an offensive rune on my hero, because, this is really annoying without magic and actual party members. Well, you're not gonna let me leave, are you? Thank you. I think I have a lightning rune right now. Oh, probably should heal Leon, huh? My good.
Here we go.
Yeah, I'm assuming he's talking about this forest. No, that wasn't it. Where is Raffley? Southwest of Rainfall.
Here we go.
Okay. I just said Rainfall. Rainwall. Ah, damn it. Boo. I'm getting antiques. I guess that's good. Yeah, So I'm assuming this is the only forest I see that matches this description. Come on, little elf thing. Hey, there you go. He ambushed me. I don't know if this has a failure rate, it better not. Yay, I've recruited green Pokemon. So I guess I have to go back to... I don't see Raffleet on this. The thing is, they don't tell you when Raffleet moves or where it moves, really, so you have to kind of have to guess. Sucks. So I recruited this elf, but not in my party. He went somewhere else. You know what? I'm not gonna ask. Yep. Actually, let me quickly see if they have any more salt too, because I could use some salt. So I can be salty. No. Apparently, I'm going to be manipulating market prices in a good way, though, at least. No. And they had to stick this on the other screen, didn't they? I just need, like, one more salt, I think. I'm just kidding. Oh, you have lots of salt. Okay. Don't be greedy. I'm supposed to only need 6, but it's okay. I have to pay you for that? Wow. Fine. The price of sugar's... Okay. Alright, then it... well, coffee's apparently expensive as hell in this game. I'm not sure about that. Alright, let me find Raffleet. I just bought like a shit ton of salt. Southwest, y'all better be over here somewhere. Oh. I don't know if they show up on the mini-map if I think about it. Okay, following the river. Oh god. Having really large, ew. Having a really large, it's a spider, but then, okay. These actually don't look like spiders to me, but I guess that's a good thing. These kind of look like oversized beetles or something. Like the front part looks kind of spidery, but then the back part don't look like, I don't know. CinemaCon? Oh, okay.
Here we go.
Was that this weekend, or was it a previous weekend, Anthony? They have a convention for everything, I guess. I shouldn't be surprised. I shouldn't be surprised. They do have like furry conventions and stuff, and other. There you go. Other conventions for everything. Conventions for everything. Go to the inn. Okay, so I need a. Let me save real quick so I don't mess it. It was on Wednesday. Okay. Oh, it was in the middle of the week? Don't they usually have those on the weekend? At least all the conventions that I know of are usually on the weekend. Maybe I'm just... Maybe only certain ones. Okay, I have to pee. I drank too much coffee. Speaking of coffee, I've had like 4 cups today. Well, it wasn't really 4 cups, but anyway. I gotta pee. We'll do the math later. It's like 4 cups of fluid, but at half strength. So technically like 2 cups of coffee, but 4 cups of fluid. Yeah, whatever. All the movie they have movie trailers for 2028? Like, what kind of a trailer are you gonna have? You know, like, you're not gonna release it for 3 years. Like, excuse me, kitty, I need you to move. I mean, I'm surprised they're announcing much in general, just because the economy like going to hell. But it's okay. It's fine. We'll see. Oh, sorry. I was supposed to go to that. You gotta try the fish. You ain't gotta be all modest. Tarnation. Everything's so damn good. I always end up ordering more than I can eat, though. Ain't no way I can finish. Uh-oh. It's the girl with the apostrophe eyebrows. I love your pappy scrub. A live-action Legend of Zelda. I mean, I guess we're not gonna have a silent protagonist then. Because that would make for a really awkward movie. Like, really, really awkward. I mean, actually, now that you mentioned Zelda, I've noticed that a lot of, even to this day, like, this was more common back before gaming got really popular, but I'm always surprised at how many people think that the main character's name is Zelda. I'm like, no, Zelda's the name of the princess. Like, it's just a little bit shocked. I'm just like, I I guess logically you would think the main character would be... It would be named after the main character, but no. I raised that fishy myself. You know, I cleaned it myself and I even brought it out here myself. Okay, you want to talk about traumatizing? So I went to a live fish market once in Korea, and that's fine, right? I've been to ones before, but this is the first time I decided to eat at one. And apparently they do things different over. No, that's what I said though, Anthony. A lot of people thought that Link was named Zelda because, you know, the series is named. I'm like, no. Because, you know, like Super Mario Brothers, Mario's the main character. You think about it, usually the game is named after... Well, I don't know. For some stupid reason, everyone thought that Link was Zelda. And I'm like, no. They named it... I guess Legend of Link didn't sound so cool. And people used to... Like, Zelda's an actually, like, girl's name. Like, people, like, was it Robin Williams' daughter was named Zelda. I'm not sure if that was a coinky dink or if he likes video games or something, but yeah. So I was just like, I thought people knew this was a feminine name, but anyway. So I went to fish market in Korea and I ordered sushi, right? So I was like, okay, well, this is gonna be pretty damn fresh, right? Because it's a fish market, right? It's a little too fresh. So they had it, you know, they had the tank with the live fish in there, right? And usually people buy those to bring home, right? No. She pulled the, I think it was a flounder. She pulled the flounder out. And I'm like, okay. And then she puts it on the chopping, there's a chopping block. And I'm like, okay. And then she decapitates it. And I'm probably gonna get in trouble for this. Anyway, she decapitates it. And I'm like, oh. And then this is the part that really got me. So then she peels the skin off of it. And, like, I don't know if you guys know this, but, like, there's some reflexes that still happen even after a lot of animals pass away because the nerves are still working. So she's like, I probably need to say this, but she was, like, peeling the skin, and, like, the fish was, like, curling while she was doing this. And I was just like, oh my god. And, like, I must have made a face because the lady who was, like, processing the sushi was like, are you okay? I was just like, culture shock. But anyway, that being said, it was really good sushi, but I definitely should not have watched her prepare it. I felt really guilty after that, because they were like, do you want to order something else? I'm like, no, it's okay. I'm good. Or like, be quiet. You know I was gonna go on a tangent eventually. So yeah, that was a little bit of culture shock right there, just a little bit. And actually, so that wasn't the only time that happened while I was in Korea. There was another time when we went to a restaurant. It was like a restaurant, like a real restaurant. And like they had a really nice, like humongous aquarium, like right as you're walking in. That thing was at least 2,000 or 3,000 gallons by my estimation. It was huge. It was like along the entire wall. I was like, oh, this is a nice ass aquarium, right? Little did I know. Little did I know. That was not a decorative fish tank. That was your dinner. And I was just like, you know, these places make me feel really, really guilty for ordering. It was really good though, and I'm Anyway. I don't know why her eyebrows are like that, though. I'm not sure if that's like a cultural thing or just artists being unique. Okay. Well, if you need to do stuff, Orlo, it's fine. Go ahead and do stuff. You gotta take care of yourself. Oh yeah, her dad also has like apostrophe eyebrows. He runs in the family, apparently. Princely advice. I'll eat what you can't finish. That's gotta be the most unprincely advice I think I've ever heard of. It's okay. Fish tank. I mean, like I said, I've ordered from fish markets before, but I'm not used to them actually like preparing it right there. I mean, I do go to the fish market all the time. Be nice to your pappy. Another Resident Evil. Oh my god. Ugh. Didn't they come out with the Silent Hill? Did the Silent Hill movie... I don't even know, like, I just kind of like... If they've been flopping lately, they shouldn't keep coming out with them, is what I'm saying, but it's okay. No, he needs to finish it. God damn it. Don't waste food. Or get a little doggy bag. Do eggs make people vomit? No. Wait, what? Wait, where did you get that from, Orla? Are you talking about chicken eggs, too? Because there's a lot of different types of eggs. I don't know what you mean by the eggs are not natural. Like, eggs are almost as natural as you can get. You're literally eating something that came out of a chicken's butt. Okay, so it's not actually their butt, but it's close. Their poopy hole and their eggy hole are not that far apart. I didn't just say that, I didn't just say that, I didn't just say that. Okay, so anyway, I'm supposed to... okay. Alright, so I have to see that scene and recruit them later. We got the tastiest, yummiest fishies. In all of Fuena. So she's like, I raised that fishy and then I came out here and I freaking prepared it in front of I can't do that, man. If I raise that sucker, I ain't eating it. Oh, hi. Here, I'm gonna save real quick. Just, you know what, let me rest too on it. I just had a brain fart. There's a live action Tangled. What? Wait. What reason would there need to be to make a live action version of a person with really long ass hair? Unless she goes like all Kabuki Quantum Fighter on somebody, which I really don't want to see that either. What's with all the live action crap, actually? I didn't... And speaking of eggs, at least you can kind of, well, at least around me. They're actually starting to put them on sale now, which I was a little surprised, which is fine. I'd rather the eggs come back, but... hold on. Let me see if I can get Syra real quick. I need you. How do I? I'm gonna buy all the salt just to be an asshole. No, I need the price of salt to change. Alright, I'll come back later. I forgot exactly. You think you have to fight in battles to get the trading post to progress? Anyway. Okay, go to the Dahak. I have all this damn salt right now, too. It's okay. The Hukka. Oh, actually, let me have you appraise some stuff for me. A Karaya urn. Suikoden 3 reference. dark tan Rapunzel. Rapunzel with the fake weave. I mean, I guess you could get that to work. I mean, my understanding is, though, those weaves in and of themselves normally take, like, 3 hours. Heaven forbid when your hair's, like, 5 miles long, it probably takes, like, 3 or 4 days, but... I admire people for being able to have having that much patience for, like, their hair hygiene, because, like, it's not an option for them, you know? They have to actually manage their hair or it falls out. That's what they told me, and I was like, oh, shit. So, I admire them for being able to put up with all that, though. And the dedication. It is a lot of work. I don't know, the armpit hair is completely different, sir. That's a whole nother batch of keratin. Okay, so I just go to the bridge. Just make sure I'm on the right way. Yep. I kind of forgot how to get to the bridge, but... Is this the bridge? That's the bath, that's true. You gotta check before you went in. Oh. Can I actually take a bath? Oh, not yet. I'm back. In that back room where you kept your husband and your daughter, they were like gutting fish. Yeah, see, that's the thing. If you ever watch my streams afterwards, like when you're not live, which is fine, I get it, but please make sure that you can see the chat, because sometimes, like, right after you post a stream, like, it takes YouTube a second to load the chat. Please don't watch it without seeing the chat part, because I know I already say some weird shit already, but I'm gonna look extra funky. You don't see what the hell I'm responding to. I know it's supposed to be, like, streamer etiquette to, like, verbally read the comments out loud, but, I think that I don't know. For some reason, I don't particularly like doing that unless I need to... Sometimes I do it, but, like, I think it's kind of annoying when they read every single comment out loud like that, because, I mean, it is helpful in this couple instances where you can't see the chat, but, like, you know, I don't know. I just think it's kind of weird when I see people do it. But anyway, yeah, please read the chat because there's probably something in there. I do talk to myself sometimes randomly, so it's not always the chat's fault, but yeah, there's usually something there. Switch 2 scam. What Switch 2 scam? I know there are some things going on with the Switch 2, but I'm not sure specifically what you're referring to, Warlord. Oh, you talk about the price of the games. Yeah, so I heard people were upset about that. And then I also heard that people were upset because I'm not sure if I heard correctly, but I was under the impression that the accessories that were for the Switch 1 or the original Switch, apparently you cannot necessarily use them on the Switch 2. So they pulled an Apple, basically, and, like, you have to buy all new accessories, too, right? That's my understanding. I'm not sure if that's correct. And then, of course, because of somebody's tariffs, the price of getting a Switch 2 is going to be significantly higher just because of that. But, Nintendo also made some decisions on their end that were questionable, from what I understand. And then, aren't they charging for backwards compatibility, too? I think I also heard that. So, like, if you owned a game on Switch 1, you want to play it on Switch 2, you have to pay an upgrade fee, is what I believe I heard something to that effect. I might not have, like, I don't have a Switch, so, I'm not, sometimes when I hear stuff, I don't necessarily understand what they're talking about, because they have a different business model than Sony and Microsoft. Oh, so they have internet on? Always on thing? Is that what you're talking about, Ruler? Because I mean, that happens sometimes on PlayStation, at least. Yeah, but I hear a lot of people are not happy about the decisions they made specifically for the Switch 2, but, I don't have a horse in this race, so... We don't like Lord Barrel. I mean, Barrows. He's kind of shaped like a barrel. I mean, it seems inevitable. Like, I swear every gaming company always gets to a point where they make a really, like, horrendous set of decisions for one particular console of theirs, and I guess it's Nintendo's turn. Sony did that with the Vita, and Microsoft has done it with... Well, I'm not familiar with Microsoft consoles, but I think one of their consoles kind of flopped. I can't remember which... Or they did something with... Well, maybe Microsoft hasn't had their time yet. Actually, I don't know anything about that. Don't ask me about that, but... Well, I mean, it's just like... I mean, basically, they're trying to set a new standard for the price of video games, right, with the $80 price tag, and honest to God, it's just like... It just depends, like, they do have a lot of console-exclusive games, but are people going to be willing to pay that? Is basically what it's going to come down to, and the timing is really bad, too, because we got all this economic chaos going on, so people are naturally going to be... you know, clutching their coin curses, so to speak, already, and then they're gonna have more incentive to do so if you're making it more expensive for them to buy your game, so... The timing probably couldn't have been worse, though, like, literally. Oh no, he's not a little snake, he's a very, very large, fat anaconda snake. Kind of in a bad spot, though, ma'am. Corpo managers. So, I've only worked for one large corporation, which at the time they were not as strict, so I didn't have as much of a problem with that, but, what you're describing, unfortunately, just depends on your manager. Some managers are, some managers are like that, but, I mean, some of them are chill. In an ideal world, you'd be able to pick where you can work, and have a positive, work environment, but I realize that's not always the case. That being said, what kind of beliefs are you talking about? Like, religious beliefs or like some other crap? Time to head for Lord Lake. Okay, so I'm supposed to leave. No. Definitely going the wrong way. Oh, that's not gaslighting, man. That's literally like making you a scapegoat. That's something completely different. I can't wait. That's scapegoating you. That's definitely somebody you don't want to be working for, but again, yeah. Depending on your circumstances, you might not have much of a choice. By the way, this is a good time to mention something that I don't think a lot of people seem to realize, or at least they realize a little late. Your coworkers are not your friends, y'all. Like, try to be on good terms with them, but they ain't your friends. Okay? Either. So, like, I find a lot of people are, like, surprised when sometimes their coworkers will throw them under the bus to stay out of trouble. And I'm like, well, yeah, because technically, okay, you're their competition. I know you're supposed to work together in an, again, ideal environment, but unfortunately, that's not how a lot of workplaces are. So, if you got a workplace where your coworkers are actually supportive of you and you actually work as a team and everyone gets along, that's great. That's not the norm, depending on what industry you're in, so don't assume just because you work together that they got your back, because a lot of times it's a crapshoot. I mean, it just depends, or like, when I was working, I didn't see them as enemies, but I didn't necessarily, like, okay, you know, I didn't exactly ask them to do anything for me either, or expect them to do anything for me, right? Because I know people got their own crap they gotta take care of. Yeah, I'm just being honest, because people will be surprised, and I'm like, I mean, like I said, people usually have their hands full just taking care of their own work. They're not going to go out of their way a lot of times to help you. I'm not gonna say it doesn't ever happen. I have helped people before, like I filled in shifts. I didn't have to do it. Sometimes I filled in shifts for free too. I didn't even like, I was just like, whatever. But again, that's not something that's not something that's real common. It's not something you should expect either. And again, it kind of depends on the industry too, because some industries are more competitive than others. If you're in a work environment that's heavily dependent on like promotions and stuff to get a pay raise, or sales, or like, what do you call it, like sales driven, or like, commission based or something, yeah, you're gonna, they're your competition. Okay, they're not your friends. What the hell is a live action movie of Minecraft? Like, what in the hell are these people doing? You know, there's a difference between a quick cash grab and like, just like, literally slapping your name on something just to make it sound like you thought of a good idea. I don't know. Smoking joints. I thought, like, okay, so, I don't use drugs, but I was under the impression that if you were high, like, it's supposed to bring out, like, your imaginative side, your imagination. Obviously, I don't, my imagination is wild enough as it is, so I don't need that, but I'm just like, especially marijuana, it has a hallucinogenic properties if you get the right strain, so you'd think they would come up with something a little more, like, not just out there, but something, like, so completely original that it would work. I'm just like, how would you do Minecraft as a fucking movie? I don't even understand. You literally sit there and farm shit all day. Isn't that what you do in Minecraft? I mean, I know there's a building aspect too, but... like, these video game to movie conversions are getting really stupid, is what I'm saying. Like, you gotta pick a certain type of game. You don't pick, like... that's like trying to turn a Sims game into a movie, and I'm pretty sure somebody's already done this. But, like, there's certain genres that don't translate very well because, duh. Okay, we're not talking about the Dragon Ball movie either. So that one actually probably would have been okay, but they didn't do it right. Good night, Tommy. Thanks for dropping by. He's like, I'm out of here. Now we're talking about random shit again. Oh, I definitely saved our asses. They were stealing gold. You need to go to bed. It's okay. If you guys need to go to bed, like, go to bed. Like, please, don't stay up. Especially since I tend to stream really late at night. Morning. So I get a free boat. My husband and my daughter are not needed on this ship, so they can leave. She definitely has an interesting design. I'm not sure she's JoJo special looking, because that's the one thing about JoJo's Bizarre Adventure. If you can't accuse them of having boring character designs. In fact, I'm wondering what the hell he was thinking when he came up with his, but it's okay. At least it's unique, right? Like I said, I'll take a unique art style over a generic looking one if I had to pick. Even if I don't necessarily like the art style. I'm pretty sure I have to fight battles to get this to go, but let me see if I can... I mean, I could walk outside for 10 seconds and get into 5 battles. Didn't he say the price of sugar skyrocketed? Because it's like 55 right now. I don't know how this works exactly. I have to keep paying you, little... Oh, sorry, the price of fruit. Alright, hold on. Because I would like to get rid of this salt is actually the reason. I know that sounds really dumb. I'm like, I know the encounter rate, come on. No, I haven't touched my gummy bears yet. I'm running on coffee right now. It's probably not much better, right? So I'm trying to do my so I'm going to go back to my coffee math because... So, I technically drank 4 cups of coffee, not at the same time. Like, total. When I say cups, I mean like 8-ounce servings, right? But I drank them at half strength because I'm supposed to use 2 tablespoons per cup, and I did 2 tablespoons for 2 cups. So does that mean I drank 1 cup of coffee? Technically. Alright, I'm technically only drank 2 cups of coffee because they were at half strength. But 4 cups of liquid. trying to do coffee math, for God's sake. Oh, see, I don't ever buy coffee in the shops. If I'm gonna make coffee, I always make it my own. But I'm also one of those snooty, like, I like French press, so I'm not sure if that makes me a coffee snob, or if that... I have no idea what that makes me, but anyway, I like it when it's fresh pressed. But I'm not paying $5 for a cup of coffee, I'm sorry. Even though I make coffee like the really difficult way, I still not gonna pay $5 for that.
Here we go.
That being said, I hear a lot of people are like not happy with Starbucks anymore. So this is what I heard. So I'm not a Starbucks patron, so somebody correct me. But I heard basically before the pandemic, like, so we're going back in time, you know. So before the pandemic, they were kind of like a hangout place for people. So like people would go to, they would get coffee, of course, and snacks, but like sort of like a meeting place for people, right? Or they could just hang out. And then I heard after the pandemic, which for obvious reasons, right, they had to do the social distancing, right? But then I heard they basically got to the point where like people didn't hang out there anymore. So they kind of lost their identity or whatever, or their place or whatever. So people just didn't really go there anymore because it's like, I'm basically coming over here to pay extra for coffee because they're you know, they're on the higher end. I'm paying extra for coffee, and then I'm not getting the experience that I used to get in terms of this being a meeting place of sorts. So I hear that's kind of killed their business. But anyway, like I said, I'm not sure if that's accurate, but that's what I was heard. I was told. It was convenient to be at Starbucks. Like, if you needed internet, I'm not gonna lie. This was back in the day when, like, everyone didn't have free Wi-Fi. They were one of the few places where you could reliably get free Wi-Fi, and not gonna lie, you know, $5 for a couple hours of internet borrowage is not bad. I just made up a word there. Borrowing... borrowage. Borrowing internet for a couple hours for that, because there were a couple times, so actually when I was applying to medical school, which is an interesting turnaround, I actually had to use Starbucks one of those times because I happened to be out of town, but I still had to file my application, so I had to do it at Starbucks, which is probably not the smartest place to do it, but that was the only option I had. Yeah, that's the other thing, Warlord. Yeah, I have been the only, not the only employee in the store, but the only non-manager employee in the store. And it sucks. I did explain to people, I'm like, I'm sorry, the line was so long, I'm the only one here. And I did try to make up for it, but you know, yeah, that happens. Bonus points when you have a bunch of hungry animals that are waiting for you, too. So, the hamsters don't understand when you're late with their food, okay? I mean, yeah, I know people do still kind of do the Wi-Fi stealing thing, Anthony, but there's so many places now that offer free Wi-Fi, like Chick-fil-A, for instance, has it, like, and McDonald's, like, a lot of places have it, like, back in the day when I actually used to do this, like, Starbucks was really the only place that had free Wi-Fi that wouldn't, like, make a fuss about you stealing it, or bumming around for a couple hours to use it. Oh, hey, look at this! The fruit is really damn expensive. Alright, so that's not what I'm trying to do here, though. I need you to... Okay, now, okay, how do I... This guy's a little bit annoying to recruit. No, but, like, I'm just dead serious, like... And, like, the fish are not any better. Like, people don't think that... People... Trust me, the fish, they know. They know when you're about to feed them, and sometimes they will act like you're about to feed them even if you're not. They get aggressive, man, and some of the fish in the store are big enough that when they bite you, you feel it. They're not going to draw blood, but you will definitely feel their little teeth on you. But yeah, that's kind of what I've been told. I was basically told by people who used to go to Starbucks like religiously, they're like, there's really no reason to go to Starbucks anymore because the environment's gone and you're paying extra for this coffee. They're paying for the experience more so than the coffee, and the experience is gone now, is what I was told. The live action Until Dawn. Windigos, Windigos. You know what, I guess I'll take care of Lord Lake then, since I can't get the stupid ass salt thing to happen. Like, the price of salt was supposed to go up because I've been buying all the goddamn salt, but, you know, apparently, I didn't buy enough of it, even though I've literally been buying all the damn salt. By the way, salt is kind of a low-key, like, butthole thing to hoard because it's literally, you have to have it. It is essential for life. That's why people were, like, killing for it in, like, Attack on Titan world. You're like, salt! Well, there you go. It's the sucky thing about being a land animal. Instead of, having salt literally all around you, you have to carry it around in your body. I don't want to go on the boat yet. Don't take away my choice!
Oh, the prince.
Whoa.
Look, we offer our sincere...
Too bad the queen and Farad had to kick the bucket.
Hey!
Ah! That really hurt. What the hell did you do that for,
Shut up, Pop! How come you gotta be so insensitive? Can't you think about how the prince must feel?
I thought I was thinking about how he was feeling. I did say too bad, you know.
And that's why I told you to shut up. Excuse me. Really, please you two stop. Oh.
Sorry about that, Prince. So, I'm thinking you probably heard from the wife about this already.
If it weren't for you guys, Prince, me and Pop would have probably been in big trouble. So we want to get the chance to repay you. Sorry, I mean let us repay you, Your Highness.
Please. Oh, all right. Please, sir.
Prince?
At least you know they're honest people. Honest people who steal gold from Holy Land, but it's okay. Honest. It's a step forward.
Yes, you're a prince, Prince! In Roughly, we always repay our debts twice over, you know? We're gonna do our best.
All right, then. You gotta let us know if there be anything we can do to help you, okay? Well, I'm thinking there's some stuff we can't do, but if we can do it, we're gonna do it.
Pokemon letting you use toxic puppies. What the hell is toxic? Is toxic an element in Pokemon? Where is the, I'm low-key gonna put on a Thunder Rune. I think I have one. Sorry, a Lightning Rune. I think I have a Lightning. Huh? Wait, I don't? I thought I picked one up last time. Or what, did I pick up a piece? Oh no, I'm really tripping. I swear I had one. Oh, please tell me I didn't put it in my... I might have stuck it in the storage. Yeah, fuck it. I might just buy one. Can you buy one? You don't have one, you loser. Damn it. Okay, forget that. So much for that. Alright. No. I hate how the boats, like, did end like that. I guess it kind of makes sense. Like, poison. Oh. What do you mean about giant biology? I don't know what is giant biology? I mean, okay, so that kind of makes sense that you can use poison if you're toxic element, but... So what do you counter toxic Pokemon with? Giant. Okay, so... I went to school to be a doctor, so... Not specifically... They do teach you about gigantism, but, they're basically because it's a chromosomal disease. There's not much you can do about it, and I can't find this goddamn. I'm looking for the. I can't recruit you yet. I don't think. I don't. He's not gonna join me yet. I don't think. Well, let me see what you got there, huh? Nothing I want. Disease powers. Yeah, I'm afraid I don't know much about that. Oh, I gotta pay attention to the game too. I know Muffin. So, what do you know about giants, Muffin? So, but yeah, I mean, there are I don't want to say disease. There are certain, well, I guess it's technically there's conditions where it causes gigantism. So Andre the Giant is actually probably the most famous example. The guy from The Princess Bride. They do tend to have a crap ton of health issues, so that's part of the reason why he passed away early, if I'm not mistaken. So one of the, if I remember correctly, I'm picking my brain from like 15 years ago. If I remember correctly, one of the complications of having the gigantism mutation is their blood vessels are, like, I think their collagen is abnormal, and collagen is an important part of your blood vessels that basically is what allows them to stretch. So basically, without getting too complicated here, the blood vessels, and I didn't find the fucking blacksmith. Where is he? The blood vessels are weaker in those individuals. So no, I'm not going to go hard. Are weaker in those individuals, so they're actually more likely to have aneurysms and strokes and stuff like that, and or like a aortic dissection is what they call it. That one's really, really bad. And that actually happens, so I don't know if you guys know about, this happens sometimes in college sports, usually among basketball players. Super, super tall, lanky, usually a dude, but it can be a woman. It's, they'll just, like, literally drop dead. And it's the same thing. So, I think Abraham Lincoln had the same condition, actually. The actual name of the condition is evading me at the moment, but Abraham Lincoln had a disease, and they actually predicted that if he had not been assassinated, he probably would have died shortly afterwards anyway because of the disease that he had. And I'm having a little brain fart here, but anyway, it causes weakening of the blood vessels, basically, and that's very, very bad because when your blood vessels burst, you die, typically, especially without medical treatment. Okay, here we go. Hold on. Let me see if I can. He just randomly decided to switch. Okay. Alright, buddy. I'm about to dump salt all over you. Oh, look, I make a profit too. I just flooded the market. Fairies be edgy dragons in Pokemon for some reason. Well, maybe it's one of those, like, David versus Goliath type things, Warlord. I mean, fairies tend to be on the small side, and dragons are huge, so maybe there's some sort of counterplay there. I'm gonna guess the fairies are not great at beating other things besides dragons, though. I don't know. Oh, no, I take that back. Maybe fairies are OP in Pokemon World. Boy, I just turned this old man on. This is what I was trying to do in life. This is what I really wanted to accomplish in life, is to spark this old man's selling passion. Oh, I'm taking this dude's job. Wow, I just took this man's job. Pokemon 2, the live-action movie. When was the first Pokemon live-action? Oh, I'm missing all this crap. You know what? Maybe... this is not the kind of news I need. I don't need this kind of news anymore. Alright, so... I recruited him. Okay, that's what I needed. Okay, so apparently it's not based on battles then, because I didn't get a battle between the last... I think it's... Maybe it's based on real time then. Because I remember one time I played... maybe it was the first time I played this game, or the second... Well, I've only played it like 1.5 times. One of the times I tried to play through this game, I could not get the stupid salt prices to drop. I kept missing it. It was so annoying, so... Okay, so anyway. I still couldn't find the stupid... Where is the blacksmith? I'm missing this. I don't think it's this way. Is it this way? No. Let's try. I'm gonna feel really dumb if I think I can walk past it earlier. If I can't find it, then I'm just gonna have to suck it up. Yeah, I don't think this is it either. Yeah, okay, I went through here. Too many damn boats with dead ends. You know, I don't shop at any of those places, Warlord, so I wouldn't know, but, I know a lot of people who do buy that stuff, though. Well, I've literally never bought anything off of... Is it Temu or Temu? See, I don't even know how to pronounce it. I don't know how to pronounce any of these. Is it Sheen or Shane? Shein? I wish obviously I can pronounce, but... That being said, I probably indirectly purchased from these things because they're also on eBay, and they basically go on eBay and Amazon and other markets too, and they just mark up the price accordingly. But I've never actually ordered from them directly. Okay, so that's the rune shop. This is a treasure chest. Maybe I was looking... That's the armor dude. That's... Oh, okay, there we go. That guy's on the south. I see him. Okay, never mind. I see it. I went the wrong way. I mean, the thing is, when you buy stuff, right, you gotta think about, like... Oh. Pay attention, Esther. Okay, so you're... This guy. This... Talk to the guy in front of you. Alright. So... You gotta think about, like, value, right? If you're paying, like, a low amount, don't expect it to be, you know, good quality. I mean, you can buy good quality things for cheap. I'm not saying you can't, but those things are usually not being mass-produced either, okay? You're gonna have to look around for them. So, as long as you understand what you're buying, I don't have an issue with it, but I think sometimes people... either expect too much from low-value items, or they don't understand that sometimes it's better to wait and invest. It's actually cheaper in the long run to invest in a higher quality item that you don't have to replace. See, that's the... I'm like... Like I said, I don't shop there, so I actually don't know how to pronounce it. Shit, because I've heard people pronounce it Shine, but I don't think that's correct either. So I guess Shein? The first live-action movie was in 2019. Oh, so I'm gonna blame the pandemic on Pokemon then. Fuck it, Anthony. Totally blaming them for the pandemic. It's illogical, but I'm gonna blame them anyway. Okay, so I sharpened the thingy-ma-boppers. I'm gonna hitch a ride. It's like one of those things like I know of, but I don't actually shop there. Yeah, that's how like Forever 21 was.
Huh?
Oh.
Then we're gonna help you get there. Hop on board and watch your step.
Like of all the things for them to voice in anime,
We're shoving off.
Bye!
this. So I heard about the episode that caused it. I didn't know the movies also caused the seizures, though. And then...
Is that the flow room?
Not bad, you think?
Hold on tight, you guys!
don't use flowing runes like this. They're valuable. So I remember one of the Pokemon TV episodes had the strobe light effect, and it caused kids to have well, not just kids, like people to have issues. And then the news station was extra stupid and they re-showed the scene again. So then of course they had a second set of seizures thanks to them re-showing the part. I'm like, don't show the part that was causing the problem, people. But yeah, I heard about that, but I didn't know the movie was also... I didn't know there was a movie too. Yeah, you can't do that because they ain't got no water, so it's okay. I've been there. I like how they're telling me, like, don't get lost. I think I see raft fleet women always repay their debts twice over. What about the men? Don't go off boozing or anything like that. That's comforting. Well, they already... I thought they were already doing a Call of Duty movie. I just don't know which game they based it on. I mean, if they were smart, they would do it on the Modern Warfare series, because they tend to have better plot lines, but whatever. It's a donut. He sent his daughter with me. Like, normally you would have the daughter boat sit. But... and the father fighting. But hey, what? This family is not exactly a normal family anyway. She's probably gonna get wrecked, but it's okay. Right now, I think the elf is actually more OP than she is. I hate to say that. Yeah, let's do that. Topic. Well... Funny you should mention that, Ron. So... we did talk about really, really fresh sushi earlier. Sashimi, it was actually sashimi. A little bit of Rapunzel, and apparently Minecraft movies. And... I mean... yeah. Apparently a bunch of movie stuff because Anthony's in here. He's telling us what happened at CinemaCon. CinemaCon. That sounds like I'm trying to say cinnamon. CinemaCon. Oh yeah, the Switch 2 came up too. And Starbucks. We started talking about Starbucks too. Yeah. Let's just say if you go to a fish market in Asia, expect the sushi and sashimi to be really, really fresh. Like, a little too fresh. I'm hugging this river, gonna make sure I don't get lost. Like, it's a little hard to miss Lord Lake, because of the, it's actually graphically different on the map, but, you know. Just go, okay. So, yeah, cinnamon sushi. You know, I'm surprised somebody hasn't come up with that yet. Oh, See, that's the thing. If they make the games too expensive, people will start pirating them. I'm not saying that's okay, but it just gives you more incentive to do it. Extra bonus. Yeah, bonuses are, are you talking about bonus or surprise? Because those are two different things. Okay, hold on. She's on my party. Da 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 da. Lord Lake. Okay, what am I supposed to do in here? Hey, bud. Boy, I'm having terrible luck with actually lining up with people today. He's like, I'm so sorry about your parents getting murdered. But why are you here? Burnt rice. I'm telling you, the noodle is actually pretty good. I know I probably didn't describe it properly, but it actually has a... Like, people pay for that. And actually, if you go to a restaurant... So some of the restaurants, they'll bring you the rice in a... I don't know what you call it. It's like a traditional... I guess you call it earthenware. It's like Korean traditional cooking bowl thingamabobber. It's this. If you've ever ordered sundubu, mapo tofu, I think is what y'all usually call it. The tofu and the soybean sauce, usually based sauce. I know what it is. I just don't know what y'all call it in English. Those usually come in those earthenware, like, Korean bowls that are, like, they keep things super fucking hot. So some restaurants, especially the traditional ones, they'll serve the rice in there, and then you pour the boricha, which is the corn tea, the barley tea. It can be corn. It's either corn or barley tea, depending on how you, I think it can be both. But anyway, you pour the boricha in there, and then you eat it like that. It's really good, actually. Damn it. Yeah, so they are making a switch to that is region locked to Japan, which normally that wouldn't be an issue, but my understanding is, like, you can't actually access the online store, which would be a problem for a lot of people, but I mean and before they had an online store, it was not an issue, because, like I said, my DS Lite is Japanese system. I didn't give a crap. Now, I'm under the impression that rice cookers can still burn the rice. I think. But I think you have to be, like, extremely negligent to get it to that point. Cinema car. Aren't all the movies, like, basically aren't all the He-Man movies basically... I don't know, I'm thinking of Hulk. My bad. These, like, weird-ass movies coming up. Sticky rice. A hydrolite. We were talking about... No, I was talking about burnt rice, not sticky rice. It usually is sticky rice, but it doesn't have to be. No onigiri's. Sleep. I mean, like I said, think in theory you could probably burn rice in it, right? Like, again, you would have to really, really leave it in there. And I'm pretty sure the smart rice cookers would be like, would probably automatically turn off at that point instead of actually burning your rice. But, I mean, I don't know. Maybe not. Maybe I'm wrong. A Gundam, the original. Which Gundam are, there's so many fucking Gundams out there. Like, there are literally so many. There's like 30 Gundam series. Like, I'm not even kidding. I don't even know which one's the original at this point. The original Gundam. They're all original at this point. God damn it. Grandpa of Gundam. There are literally like 500 reincarnations of the original too. Like, it's annoying. I mean, gosh, she's dead, man. I mean, I've only seen like maybe 3% of the Gundam that's out there. Truly, I'm not even sure if I've seen that much of it, but it's kind of hit and miss. I guess it depends on like. I guess it depends on how much like what kind of drama you like in your anime is basically what it boils down to. That being said, I will admit I don't particularly like Gundam Wing, but it did a good job of introducing a lot of America to Gundam. Even though that was probably one of the most un-Gundam-like Gundam series, if you ask an actual Gundam fan. But they did pick a good one to bring over to Cartoon Network. Not gonna lie. I didn't mind Gundam Seed, but I can see why people wouldn't like that either. Player one. I don't think I've seen that one run. Well, I mean, I'm just saying, like, so, depending on, and so again, I'm not a Gundam expert, but based on what I've seen, each Gundam has its own kind of, so for instance, I'm gonna pick on Gundam Wing. Gundam Wing has that emo boy thing going, like, I hate to put it that way, but that's basically, it's 5 emo boys thrown together. I mean, 5 emo boys thrown together with robots. Okay, that's literally what it was. And then a lot of them are, like, politically driven. Most of them are supposed to be politically driven, actually. I mean, there was a little bit of politics in Wing, but it was mostly, my hair is cool. But yeah. But yeah, I mean, like, the original Gundam is so old at this point. I don't know if, like, most of the people who care about that are probably not, like, they're probably so old, right? They're probably older than me by a long shot. So yeah, they're gonna have to reboot it for this generation if they want to do that, but yeah, I mean, a lot of them are copy and paste of the original, but, you know, it's, I mean, they're sort of like the godfather of giant, well, no, I wouldn't say that. Voltron, I would say, is the godfather, what, is Voltron even the first one? I'm trying to think now. Is Voltron the godfather of giant robot anime? That's the first one that I can think of, but, there was probably ones before that. Maybe Robotech? there were some robots in that one, although it was a little less focused on the robots. You know, I don't know who to pin with this one, okay? Japan's been doing giant robots for a minute, long before I was walking the earth, which is really saying something. Ah, yes, so Gundam... What is it, G Gundam? That one I did try to watch, but god, it was a little too over the top for me. I started watching it because, what is it? The guy's... The main character is voiced by Stan. The guy, oh god, I'm having a brain fart. Seki, is it Tomokazu? I get them mixed up. There's two Sekis that do Tales games, and the guy, the one who voiced Stan Airline, he's the main character, and he always, like, he put a lot of heart into it, but it was just so random, I couldn't quite wrap my head around it. The time, at least. Oh yeah, I'm trying to, I don't know exactly who is the original, giant robo thing. They better not ruin the movie. They always ruin the movie. Yeah, there were so many, like, robot animes that came out at the same time. The first, like I said, the oldest one I think is Voltron, but somebody's gonna correct me, because I think there actually is one that's older than that, but I can't remember what it's called off the top of my head. It was like, because I think there was one that was released kind of in the Astro Boy era, which is like really, that was like the black and white era. So anyway, yeah, there was so much crazy shit that was going on in the 80s and 90s too. So well, see, that's what I'm saying, like, they kind of did reboot the original from what I understand, Ron. Like I said, the Gundam Seed, I was under the impression was supposed to basically be a remake of the original Gundam series. Like, I haven't seen the original Gundam series, so I can't tell you if that's actually true or not, but, I can't even remember the plotline of Gundam Seed exactly. Something about, there was, like, the coordinators versus the naturals, basically. I don't even know if I got the two groups correct. But basically, I'm a genius. I'm genetically modified genius versus I didn't have I'm a GMO versus non-GMO, basically, except for people. That's exactly what it was, from what I remember. It had really nice... I did like the designs in Gundam Seed, though, more so than I like some of the other ones, but that was just me. I have Loon's getting upset on my behalf. She's my fan now. Well, I mean, like, different timeline, but, like, I was under the impression, like, it was kind of, like, the same storyline. They just kind of, like, reskinned it for the modern audience. I know it's not, like, obviously not, like, in the same time, because they had the Gundam technology is clearly very available in that timeline, whereas in the original series, like, the Gundam was like, oh my god, there's a giant robot! But I was basically told it was almost an exact copy, like, storyline-wise of the original, but I didn't see the original, so I'm not sure. Five Nights at Freddy 2. Is that supposed to be a horror movie? I mean... I don't like the Godwins either. We won't take your side, but we won't take the other side either. Lots of neutralness going on. No. So the subtitles on some of the, not just movies and TV shows, but some of the video game subtitles are getting really long and edgy, and like, if the name of your game is more than like 5 or 6 words, you need to shorten that shit, okay? And I know, like, I played like Xenosaga that had like long ass subtitles too and crap, but like sometimes, like, I'm trying to Google games and like I have to type for like 30 seconds to fully type the entire name of the game out. I'm like, that's too damn long, okay? Too damn long. Alright, so you can catch up. Okay, so basically I can't do anything in here, although I can talk to people and see what kind of crummy merchandise you have. Actually, this is not too bad considering. I was making fun of them for no reason. Oh damn, this is expensive! Yo! These people be charging $44,000 for this, and look at them! They don't got water! Trying to kill me here. Alright. At least this guy's not, like, super angry at me. I did save that kid. I did save the little chitlin earlier. One Piece pirates? Why specifically One Piece pirates? Oh, I get these awkward pauses because I can't always tell when I can move. I said, why are they making all these live-action movies of video games of all things? Like, I understand, like, doing something like The Last of Us, like, that's actually pretty good. Assuming they don't fuck up the transition, that's a pretty good source material to movify with. Until Dawn, I guess it depends. Like, it was basically a movie to begin with, so I guess it should translate well too, but, like, I'm just... Like, if they said they're gonna take a Tales game and make a movie, I'd be like, you dumb as fuck, don't do that. Alright, you talk about Manny. It's okay, he lurking. He's always lurking. Okay. To be honest, to be perfectly honest, I prefer when my mods don't ever have to do anything. That means I'm having a nice, peaceful, civil stream. Not necessarily appropriate for young children stream, but hey, at least nobody's fighting or being nasty, right? I like it when people are just able to chill. Too much drama on the internet. Look, I do not say that my streams are kid friendly. So there's I don't know if you guys have streamed on YouTube, there's like a whole options page, right, that you gotta fill out. So I do mark that this is not a kid stream, and I do that for obvious reasons. So first off, yes, the topics that come up are not, actually the games I'm playing are actually not. Most of the RPGs that I play are rated teen, so obviously no small children, right? And also, I don't know if you guys know this, but if you have a quote-unquote kid stream, it automatically disables the chat. Because I tried this once just for shits and giggles, and yeah, it turns the chat off. So, yes, I could mark one as a kid-friendly stream, but then you guys couldn't talk. Which... Hola, man. See, look what you did. You made him come out of his little... He was chilling, and... He's like, I'm here, damn it. Remash. Yeah, so... I mean, I'll answer that question for you, Ron. They'll remaster it as many times as they can make money off of it. To be honest, it didn't need a remaster, but I see what they're doing, and it was a good business decision. I think, honest to God, what they should have done is, instead of doing The Last of Us Part 2, I would have worked on, releasing the remaster first, and then, like, they messed up when they did Part 2. I haven't played it, but I watched somebody play through it. And what they should have done is, like... I try not to spoil anything, but they should have let you play a certain character for longer before Joel got Sasuke'd. Because... basically, by having that happen so early in the game, they made you really, really hate this person. And as you should, right? But, people naturally don't want to play a game where you're playing a character that you don't like. It just makes it difficult for you to play the game, right? So, they should have, like, changed the order in which things happened in that game, if you ask me. I don't think that was well thought out, but that's just me. Did you just put me to sleep? So I actually haven't played The Last of Us. I played, like, okay, so I have played a little bit of it, but what happened was, like, literally somebody was playing through the game, and then he handed me the controller, and he was like, hey, yo, play this part, and I got murked because this was like 3/4 of the way through the game, and I didn't know how the mechanics work, so I died. Because there was, like, he left me in a part where there's, like, a bunch of bloaters and shit. I wasn't watching him play the game, but I didn't actually know how to play the game, so I didn't even know how the controls worked, and I got wrecked. So that was, like, my only experience playing with it, but I have watched people play it. But I haven't actually played, because, again, it's one of those games, like, I feel like the actual gameplay mechanics, I mean, like, it's good, I guess, like, if you're one of those exploration types and you're trying to immerse yourself in the world, but, like, the big thing is the storyline, right? And the character actions. The actual gameplay mechanics are just kind of there to get you from storyline point A to B, right? So, I've seen so many people play through it that I don't really have an incentive to play through it myself, to be honest. I played Dead Island. So I didn't play Dead Island 2. I have Dead Island Riptide, I think, because it was like literally, I'm not even kidding, it was literally like $2. So I started playing it, but then, so this was the thing that was pissing me off. I was playing, like, with somebody in that game, and it's supposed to save your progress, but for some stupid ass reason, and I don't know, I never figured this out. I don't know if my save was glitched or something. It would always reset me. Like, as if I'd never played the game before, so I would lose all my inventory, and I would lose all my skills. It's like, basically, I was starting the game from fresh every single time I joined up with my friend. And it's not supposed to do that, and I couldn't fucking figure out why, and it was really annoying, so I ended up not playing it much after that, because I tried playing through the prologue part, and I finished it, and it saved, but it still wasn't, like, saving my progress, if that made any sense. So I don't know what the hell happened. I don't know. Anyway, so that's my story about Dead Island. So, again, I don't know if I just got bad luck, or if the game just like, fuck you, I don't want you on here, but yeah, whatever. It's a giant zombie game. I mean, that's basically Attack on Titan Warlord. That's basically what you just described there. Well, honestly, like I said, I think they should have, like, they obviously put a lot of thought into the original, like, the first part of The Last of Us. I feel like they didn't put that same amount of thought into part 2. I think if they had, it would have been a lot more successful. Or they could have done the prequel route, but that's kind of, like, tired out at this point. But, again, I think they could have gotten it to work had they planned it better. Like I said, if you just rearrange some of the events in that game and push some of it later, I think it would have made a world of a difference. But, I mean, I don't know. They didn't ask me. Attack on Titan is Flesh Gundam. I guess you could think of it that way. Kind of. Except you're, like, permanently stuck in your mecha. Unless you happen to be one of the Chosen. But you can eat one of the Chosen and become the Chosen. Yeah, I ever eat pork chops. Yeah, I've had pork chops. I'm not sure if you're referring to a specific way of having them prepared, but yes, I have eaten them. Well, you know, the apocalyptic genre has definitely taken off, so yes, there's all sorts of stuff going on there. I'm supposed to go back, right? Okay, go back to Rainwall. Sirens and mermaids. So, I don't know about the mermaid thing. So, not gonna lie, the Little Mermaid kind of triggered the mermaid phase, as you can probably guess. I don't think that's coming back. Well, you can be like a siren, okay? Huh? Huh? Wait, now that you mentioned sirens, now I just thought about Yume from Valkyrie Profile. She's actually our mermaid. Our mermaid. She actually is a half mermaid. Excuse me, she's a half mermaid. Made me think about that. I'm trying to think. Do you actually recruit a siren? I'm trying to think if there's an RPG where you recruit an actual siren. Because normally you're killing them. Not gonna lie. I can't think of one off the top of my head that I've played, but maybe there's one out there. Now, see, I don't even... Okay, well, you kind of... So, I don't have a... My issue is not that Joel got Sasuke'd, okay? My issue is... It happened too early in the game. If you had more time to control... I don't even know her name. What's her face? The doctor's daughter, or whatever she's... Whoever she... I don't even remember who she is. If you had more time to play as her... I think that would have been more effective. Like, it was kind of inevitable if you think about it. Joel getting Sasuke was kind of the inevitable part of that game. He did kind of fark up the Fireflies. I mean, if they were still around, somebody was... Oh god, I'm sorry. I'm getting so distracted, I'm not running around. Oh god. Hi! It's been a while, I haven't seen you. How are you doing, sir? If you guys can't read his name, neither can I. But, yeah, like I said, I don't have as much problem with the fact that Joel was not in, basically, the second part. He really was not supposed to be, like... That was kind of the logical conclusion for that, but, again, I just don't like the way they did it. But, I mean, to be honest, like, if you think about it logically, like, Joel probably was expecting that to happen. Somebody was gonna get revenge, right, for what he did. What they found out. Speaking of Chrono Cross, I do have it. The remake. I bought it because I wanted to play oh, brain fart, Radical Dreamers part. I don't know anything about Bleach tournaments, so I know nothing. I have no opinion of it. Easy. I'm just so like I said, they could have taken the easier route, which would have been done prequel stuff, because they had a bunch of backstory for Ellie and that girl. I don't know her name either. Like I said, I haven't played the game, so whatever her friend's name was, they could have done a bunch of backstory, or they could have done Joel and oh god, what's that other girl's name that she gets Sasuke to? They could have done a bunch of stuff like with that, but they chose to go that way, and because they went in the future instead, like it was inevitable. They would either have to have Joel get Sasuke, or they would have had to age Ellie to, or have a new cast. They could have had a new cast, or they would have had to age Ellie to the point where Joel just died of old age instead of getting Sasuke, because they had to get rid of Joel's the problem. Do you see what I'm saying? They can't have that part 2 would have been a lot less effective if he had been the main character again, because his whole motivation for the first game was to save Ellie, and he already accomplished that. So what is he protecting Ellie against in the second part, right, if you have him be the protagonist, right? So they had this issue. They had to kind of change protagonists, and because of that, the main way to do it is to get rid of the first one. So, anyway. I'm just, like, logically, I see where they were going for, like, the execution was poor. And again, like, seeing how much thought they put into the first game, I was a little surprised that they didn't plan that a little better. And I don't know, maybe it's, like, quick cash grab, or maybe they just thought, maybe they were going for a different effect on the audience, but I think it was received poorly, and I understand why. It would take me too long to explain what's going on with the, If you guys are confused by this person who just came in, it would take me too long to explain this, so let's just say he comes in my chat sometimes. It would take me way too long to explain this. Oh, hold on. Not Revolving Bridge. Oh, crap. Where's Rainfall? I need to go east. Well, okay, so Ron, I can't remember exactly how old Joel is by the time part 2 takes place, but he was not a spring chicken in the first one either, okay? In Stress. And, like, I think the thing is, like, he kind of literally got his objective done in the first one, so he's probably just like, fuck it, I live my life at that point, right? I mean, the thing is, like, is there really a huge difference between them beating the shit out of him and then you never seeing him again versus him getting Sasuke'd? I mean, if you're gonna go that far, you might as well just... I mean, I feel like the motivation for him getting killed is a little bit off, too, but, you know, that's just me. But that's kind of up to personal interpretation. But, again, I feel like, again, for somebody... Oh, I forgot, that's the big hole. It's literally called the big hole. For considering how much thought and planning they put in the first game, I was a little surprised that they... I don't know, I was a little surprised that the second one seemed like, that's a golden bunny. The second one came out that way, it's literally called the golden bunny. Obvious name is obvious. I mean, so, like, I understand that the developers were going for a certain message for both of the games, right? Not just the second one. But I don't know if woke is quite the right word. Like, it depends on what you mean by woke. Is woke a bad thing? You can have a storyline with quote-unquote woke elements without being, like, needlessly woke, like I forced that shit, right? Like, if you create a realistic situation, which is fine, then it makes sense, but, you know... I mean, What, you want Ellie to kiss you instead, huh? Oh my god. Okay, yes, so please, yeah. Go back to work if that's where you're going, sir. Thanks for dropping by, though. Ignore the kissies, y'all. Okay. Okay, I'm just saying, like, they kind of couldn't have Joel in the game, Ron, like, literally, because he would have stolen the show, you know that. They had to get rid of him. Anyway, like I said, I don't... Okay, so, maybe I'm not familiar with the usage of the word woke, but my understanding of woke is, it's supposed to be, like, an indication of open-mindedness and stuff. Like, his most video... Like, okay, let me rephrase that. So, like, just look at your traditional game protagonist, right? Like, just traditionally, especially, it's almost always a dude, right? Like, even having a female protagonist is super rare, especially in earlier games, right? I mean, obviously that's changed now. You can, like, pick your characters sometimes and stuff, but saying that a game is woke just because there's, you know, two girls kissing, I mean, you make it sound like... I mean, if they were just, like, literally forcing them to kiss, that's different. But, you know, what's the difference between two girls kissing versus her kissing a guy, right? I mean, is it that big of a deal? Does it, like, completely wreck the narrative? Oh, no, girls don't kiss each other in real life. That's just ruining my immersion, right? Like I said, if they did it in a natural way, I don't see the point. Now, if they're going for a rainbow cast, and you can see it's being really, really forced, like they were, like somebody came up to them like, yo, you have to have a rainbow cast, that's a little different, but, you know, like, literally, she's just kissing a girl instead of a guy. I mean, whatever. Yeah, it's, like I said, it's gonna take me a really long time to explain what's going on with the kissies, okay? Like, just, I don't even want to go into it, okay? He needs to go back to work anyway, so just... Woke is female empowerment. Or gay. Does... as far as I'm aware, Manny hasn't actually banned anyone. I've banned a couple people, but... if he banned them, I don't think it was permanent, or either that or they managed to get around it because I ended up seeing them again. That's kind of a weird question to ask, but why? I mean... Okay, so, let me... I mean, okay, so, this is my thing, right? This is... Okay, and I'm female, right? So, I have a different perspective on this. But, I always think it's kind of weird when guys complain about females being in video games. Like, that's something really, really strange to see. Like, oh god, how dare there be a female, like, especially a female protagonist, right? Or a female character that's really, really important. To me, I find that very strange, because think about how I feel as a female, right? All the games that I grew up playing had male protagonists, but I was okay with it. It didn't bother me. So, to me, that seems like kind of a bit of a double standard-ish kind of thing. I don't know if that's the best way to describe it. But, just, like... but, I'm not a feminist, but I do believe in female, like, equality. There's a difference. I think that if men and women should be treated equally given the same amount of effort and talent, okay? And I say this because a lot of times women are discriminated against, not always, okay? But women can be discriminated against a lot, especially in the workforce, just because they're women, not because they're doing less work, okay? In fact, this has been proven over and over again. Women typically get paid, what is it, 10 to 15% less than their male counterparts who are in the exact same positions, okay? So, I mean, you call this wokeness, but honest to God, I just want to be treated equally, okay? That's an actual pay difference. That's something I can actually legit bitch about, okay? So, I mean, if it's bothering you that women are asking to be treated not better than men, okay? I'm not saying strip men of their rights, you guys be our fucking slaves. I'm not saying that, okay? I'm just saying I want to be treated equally. Like, if I have a resume and a guy has a resume, I want the employer to look on the exact same damn way as if we were both guys or we were both girls, right? Equal treatment, okay? And this equal treatment cuts both ways, by the way. I'm not saying like, oh yeah, we only get the good shit, okay? I think it's okay, like, to just treat, I mean, where it makes sense, too, obviously. I'm not asking dudes to, like, have babies and shit. I know that's not possible, right? But, like, having equal reproductive rights is nice, too. No, but, yeah, so true, like, you say this, but there are guys that are, like, literally get their panties in a wad over things like having a female protagonist in a video game. I have seen people get their panties in a wad about that kind of thing. And I'm not... So, okay, so funny you bring up Lara Croft, Warlord. So most people didn't complain about her because boobies, let's just be honest. Triangular boobies, like super pixelated triangular boobies, but yes, boobies nonetheless. But... yeah, some guys, like, really get upset about that, and I'm just like, I don't understand why, because, like, I've literally had to deal on the flip side, and I've had to deal with it much more than you guys have, and it's just like, okay, it's just like a thing. But there are guys that are like that, like, trust me, like, especially when I play COD, guys get real salty. And it's like, I'm not even being like, they just hear a female voice and the first thing I'll be talking for 2 seconds, I haven't even had a chance to listen to anything. Like, shut up, bitch! Like, stuff like that, right? And that's kind of going outside the game, because that's actually going into the multiplayer aspect of it, but I'm just telling you, like, as a female, like, I personally have a really different perspective on that. But I'm just putting that out there, but just saying that, like, because she kissed a girl and like having woke elements and stuff, that's like, I just feel like that's kind of, I mean, of all the things that were wrong with part 2 that I know of, because I didn't play it, I think that's like really low on the bottom of the list. So just put it that way, because that was like not necessarily a bad decision, it wasn't necessarily a good decision, it was just a decision as far as I'm concerned. No, but see... Oh, we're meeting at the river now. Okay. You're gonna have people... A lot of people are gonna be asking about this. Alright, you go back to work. I already told you I have a boyfriend, okay? Jesus. I wasn't lying about that either. So... I mean, yeah, I mean, I'm just saying, right, like, yeah, I try not to take it seriously, but it is, like, super annoying, and it is, by the way, it is something that's very female, but the guy had guys like, oh yeah, we have the same problem. No, you don't, okay? I have listened to those lobbies, alright? Yes, guys do get harassed too, but not to the same degree, especially on those first-person shooters. It gets really ugly. Well, actually, shooters in general, because I've seen it happen on Fortnite too, that's a technically third-person shooter, but... Anyway, but... Like, my point is, if you swapped out Ellie kissing a girl for a guy in part 2, it's not like it's gonna significantly fix the damn game, okay? I really don't think that was, like, something that's like, oh god. Maybe you can add it to the... Actually, did they mention her kissing a girl in the first game? Because they had DLC for the first game, right? And doesn't this come up? I mean, I guess I haven't actually played the game, so maybe I'm missing something, but... No, see, this is what I mean by equality, True Light. Okay, so I get one of two reactions online. I either get the, ooh, it's a girl, or ew, it's a girl. Can you just say hi like a normal ass person, like I'm a dude? This is what I mean by equality. I don't want you to treat me special, but I don't want you to treat me worse either. Do you see what I'm saying? They went woke and... Okay, like I said, is her kissing the girl a big part of the storyline? I haven't played the game. I was under the impression it was literally like a side romance, and I don't even know if that girl lives. I was under the impression that she gets Sasuke too. Because isn't she... I was under the impression the... Am I thinking of the wrong girl? Because there's a girl that Ellie mentions in the first game, and she says that she died. I'm even thinking of a different girl. I mean, like I said, the part 2 had a lot of issues, but anyway. I mean, just pretend like it's like, maybe it was a guy in reality, okay? I mean, like, I literally thought she had a... I thought this was brought up in the first game. I literally thought this. And maybe my brain is retroactively rewriting my memories, but... trading. Oh, shit. Buy coffee in Rainwell. No, I'm not... Oh, God. I don't need money right now. Okay, I'm just gonna go to the mansion. Fuck it. I mean, like I said, I haven't actually played the games, but, like, I was under the impression, like, the side romances were not a huge part of the game, so I didn't think it would detract that much from it, but... And, like, they jacked up, like, again, most people were upset because Joel got tossed out of the picture. Invincible? I don't even know. Is that a movie? The thing is, like, you know, like, I'm not trying to put you on the spot, Truelight, but I'm just trying to give you a little bit of perspective, right? You may not like having, like, alternative relationships, or, no, that's not a good way to, having non-traditional relationships in your games, but again, think of it from the other side, right? If you're a gay person playing a game where there's a male-female relationship going on, do you think they get their panties in a wad, even though that's not the kind of love that they have? Like, inclusion, like, even if it's just a little bit, right, can make a big difference for those people. So, that's the way I think about it. Might not be my cup of tea, but if it works for somebody else, that's fine. As long as they don't, like, hey, I'm kissing a girl, and I'm kissing a girl, and I'm a girl, and I'm kissing a girl, and I'm kissing a girl, and I'm kissing a girl, even though I'm a girl. As long as they don't, like, go, like, way overboard with it. If they treat it like every other romance, it just so happens you happen to kiss somebody of the same sex, I don't have a problem with it. But inclusion's, like, a big deal. And, like, this is the same thing where, like, people are like, why the hell are they coming out with, like, black Barbies and stuff like that? Well, because for little black girls, it makes a big difference, right? It's, for them, it's just like, okay... All my life I've been seeing... Manny just chills. That's what... Do you know how hard it is to moderate my ramblings? But... I'm just saying, like, for people who normally are not represented in games or in media or in a lot of things, right? Having that one person in there makes a big difference for them, okay? So, I'm just pointing that out. Well, I mean, if he, like I said, part 2 storyline is kind of jacked up to begin with, so... Like I said, if you swap the girl out for a guy, I don't think it's gonna fix the storyline that much, so honestly, not a huge issue as far as I'm concerned, but... I mean, obviously the developers had a choice. They could have made a traditional relationship, right? But... they also chose to not do that, and that's actually their prerogative, right? It's their game, they can do that. And again, like I said, I think they should have done the pacing more so than that part. That's not really... But... I think people sometimes forget, though, that video games are actually a form of expression for the developers, right? And this is what I was going back to last time I was streaming. I was talking about, like, games having heart in them. Like, you could tell that developers actually, like, put their emotions and their real, like, raw grit into it. So, sometimes that means... Sometimes, like, sometimes decisions like that are part of their message, right? Like, they did it very intentionally, and even if they knew it was gonna piss some people off or maybe not mesh well with certain groups, they did it anyway. But I just mentioned this because we're literally in a part in history where DEI is getting rolled back, and it's a very bad idea. Like, whether you agree with it or not, it's bad for the economy. It's bad for social network. It's bad for companies to roll this back. Like, they've actually done studies on this. They have proven, they have shown from the data that it's better to have DEI programs for overall economics and making money, okay, than it is to have just, like, one particular group be hired in there, okay? So, just from a financial perspective, it's stupid as hell. And, again... You do a lot more harm by rolling it back than you do by keeping it, as certain groups, certain companies are finding out, like Target and Walmart. But I just bring this up because it has real life implication. Like, the stuff you guys are talking about right now, it's actually happening in real life, so... Yeah, I was about to say, there's definitely some series that were doing this long before Last of Us 2. It was just... low-key. That reminds me, what was going on in Star Wars? I didn't watch that much of it, but... I mean, last time I checked, Sasuke and Naruto didn't actually hook up, did they? Oh shit, if they hook up, I'm gonna watch that. Tell me which episode that happens. I need to see that shit. I would watch, you know why I'm interested? I'd watch it just to watch Sakura cry. Her obsession with Sasuke is way more disturbing than two guys hooking up, if you ask me. And also, Sasuke fucking doesn't seem to care about anything. Like, I mean, maybe it's a one-sided, like, relationship there, but, Sasuke definitely doesn't look like he's got the hots for nobody. He's like, I'm too busy planning my revenge. One of them types. 44K is nothing. Hi, Toon. I'm assuming you got back from the airport. No, I'm just, like I said, I only saw, like, the first 100 episodes of Naruto, and... I mean, other than the whole, like, Sasuke thing, I didn't catch any romantic undertones, except for when they accidentally kissed each other, but that was not consensual, so that don't count. Well, I actually got irritated with how much Sakura was fawning over... I don't even fawning is the correct word. Fawning over Sasuke when he clearly didn't give three shits about it. Like, not even 3 shits about her loving him, or I put love in quotes, her obsessing over him. Not even 3 shits about her, if you really ask me. He literally just wanted revenge. Which, again, he got his reasons, I got it, but, like, her... It's like, just get over him, okay? He gets Sasuke like 900 times too. He's not even that great in terms of ninjaing. God damn it. Oh, it happens more than once, truly? Okay, either I forgot about it or I didn't see the other. I remember the first time that happened. See, that's what I mean by, like, trying to force a relationship that's quote-unquote woke. That's what I mean. Oh, they just managed to accidentally kiss multiple times. The first time I get it because it was funny, but apparently they took that joke and ran with it. That's what I'm talking about. See, okay, well, good job, I'm glad you came back safely. So we're talking about two dudes in Naruto kissing, cause why not? Well, I'm assuming, so I haven't seen Boruto, but clearly Naruto doesn't marry Sakura. He marries what's her name? Hinata? Which is was kind of a surprise, but I guess kind of not. She definitely liked him. She ain't that obvious. So, do they get into what happens to Sakura in that series? Because I'm assuming she's still alive, right? Is Sasuke your boy? So Sasuke kept freaking getting Sasuke'd. Okay, tell him to get better plot armor. Hinata. So, like, now I gotta ask. So Boruto physically very much looks similar to Naruto, but did he get Hinata's, what do you call it, the eyeball thing? I was about to say the it's not the Sharingan, it's the bulgy purple chakra, ICU chakra eyes. That was the worst description. You guys know what I'm talking about. Well, I mean, they made it very clear that Hinata had a crush on Naruto. I remember that part, because she gets all like, ah! She starts blushing and shit, which is fine, but I'm just, like, I don't know, like, of all the dudes in the Ninja Academy, she decided to go for Naruto. Hey, he becomes the Hokage, so... Jogan. Byakugan. Okay, that's it. So he gets the Byakugan from somewhere else, not his genetics. Okay, so he got his mom's eyes. Yeah, because I was under the impression the Byakugan was genetic because there's clearly a family that has this going, so I wasn't sure how that worked, but... Well, I'm sure her family was so happy that she married Naruto. Neji had more talent, and even he freaking couldn't take over the main bloodline from what I was understanding. You know what? That's what happens when you pick bloodline over talent, though. Karma. The most broken eyes. Does Boruto deserve the broken eyes? It's genetic. Well, I mean, it's clearly genetic enough that they were trying to keep it in the family, if that makes it any sense, Lord, apparently. Because if I remember correctly, again, I don't Naruto, but I was under the impression that Neji and Hinata were the only two, what do you call it, ninja cadets that had basically the same ability. As far as I know, everyone else had unique abilities, but because they were in the same quote-unquote bloodline thing. No, I got you, Ron. I'm just, like, trying to give you a little perspective because, like, when I hear people being like, what's the big deal about DEI? Like, I mean, I'm just kind of like, well, have you been on the other side of the fence before, is what I'm asking you, because I have. I've been on your side of the fence, too, sometimes. Right? So a lot of times I've been on both sides of the fence, so I'm just kind of like, it's fine if you feel that way, but just realize that there's more, sometimes there's 3 sides to the goddamn fence, because even though that's literally defies physics, it happens in the real world, right? So, like I said, there's stuff that I don't agree with, and it's fine. I realize it's there for a purpose, and if it doesn't directly affect me, it's just there. It doesn't bother me, but whatever. But like I said, Part 2 definitely had more issues than her kiss of the damn girl. If that was the only problem, then yes, you could rail on it smart. Wait, does Sakura have a bloodline thing going? Because, like, I haven't watched Boruto, but I was under the impression did she even marry anyone? I don't even know she has kids in Boruto. Yeah, see, I don't even know. He can create portals. Oh, okay, God, Jesus Christ. Wait, he has a sister? They had more than one kid? Yeah, see, that's the thing, Ron. I don't think the average person actually understands what the actual debate around DEI is. I'm talking about, like, the average person. I don't think a lot of people actually know what... So, this is the reason why I say that, right? So, there's a lot of... I'm trying not to bring politics in this, but this apparently happened. So, there were a lot of MAGA people that were supporting DEI. So, no surprise there, right? But, you gotta remember, there's a good chunk of the MAGA population that is female. Right? So, I'm not trying to pick on any particular group, but the vast majority of the regret stories that I've been hearing have been coming from white females. So what happened was these white females were supporting the MAGA movement, and they were supporting the removal of DEI programs, right? And then, when they got fired, because they were considered DEI, they got upset because they didn't realize that the DEI actually applied to them too. So, when you say that most people actually understand what DEI is, a lot of them apparently don't. That's what I'm saying. They actually didn't realize that it includes women. And I'm like... So, and then there were some people that they didn't realize that... So, they thought it was just a race thing. They didn't realize that it also meant women. And they also didn't realize that it meant poor people. Right? So, apparently it's not as commonly known as it should be. I'm just saying. You'd be surprised, a lot of people don't know what DEI actually is. Until they got fired. ESG? What is ES? What kind of company is that? They have a clan. Wait. So wait, after all that shit that he put her through, Sasuke ends up marrying Sakura anyway? That's an abusive ass relationship. So I think this is another misconception. Just because you have a lot of money doesn't mean you're smart or successful. there are definitely people who have lots of money that are smart and successful, but that definitely does not mean that you're smart and successful, okay? Just say, and depending on the job, like, some jobs are better with more diversity, and some are not. It just depends on the job. So, unless I know what the company does, it can't really make a decision either way. And also, it depends. If you've only got, like, 4 people working for you, it's not going to make as big of a difference as if you have hundreds of people working for you, too. Oh, damn. So, I mean, they don't have to be married, but... Okay, so they're just friends with benefits, then. What the fuck? Okay, see, Sakura didn't learn her damn lesson. This is what she gets for pining over a dude that doesn't fucking care about her. God, Jesus Christ. This thing, hearing this shit about Sakura and Sasuke is pissing me off more than the DEI shit, okay? Can you imagine you're literally creating characters and you can make the storyline go any way you want and you choose that route? You could have married anyone. They could have let you marry anyone, Sakura, but no, you ended up with the asshole. I think you know what the... Who's the manga artist for Naruto? He don't like Sakura, I can tell you that right now. He gave her the shaft. It's a company that makes tech. I mean... He's smart if he actually designed the tech himself, True Light. If he pays people to make the tech for him, then no, that doesn't mean he's smart, because that's basically what Elon Musk does. Elon Musk hasn't invented a damn thing. He just buys the companies, and then he makes people make stuff for him. That would also explain why his products tend to kind of suck, because he doesn't actually make them. And then because he doesn't understand how the products work, he tells them to make modifications on it that make them not work so well. I'm referencing, you know, the recall in the Cybertrucks and shit. Because of glue, of all things. You don't roleplay being a single mom, okay? Who the fuck is like, yeah, I wish I could raise children by myself when the hubby's still alive, but he's not even the hubby. The dad, the baby daddy's still alive. But he just off doing, what the hell is he even doing? What is he doing for 12 years? Didn't he get his revenge already? What's he doing? Kishi. Okay, like I said, I don't keep up with the Naruto stuff, but he don't like Sakura. I'm telling you, man. He made Anko fat. I mean, he paid a little bit. He was bragging about paying like what did he pay? He paid like 10 billion in taxes, I think, is what he was bragging about. I'm like, bitch, you owe a lot more than that. But it's okay, Ron. We're gonna give him a pass because he's an illegal immigrant. Illegal immigrants don't pay taxes, right? Ha 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 ha. Ha. No, you don't need to be smart to get good people, True Light. You just need to be able to recognize smart people, which is a different skill. That's actually a different skill from being smart yourself. And that's the mistake that a lot of CEOs make, or a lot of people in big companies make. They hire the wrong damn people, and it's because they don't have the right skills for that. But again, those are developing the product and then being able to hire people who can develop the product. Those are, again, two different skills right there. Some people have both, but usually they just have one or the other, because why would you need to hire somebody to make the tech for you if you can do it yourself, right? It makes more sense to do it yourself. Did Anko get that fat? Am I thinking of the wrong person? Actually, I don't even remember who Anko is. I don't know if I didn't get to that point, but saying, like, I mean, so I mean, to be perfectly fair, it didn't look like Sasuke really liked anyone in general, but he seemed to have been particularly pissy with Sakura because he was just like, quit clinging to me. Which, I actually kind of side with him on that when she was being way too clingy. So, was he just, like, not there because he didn't want to have to deal with Sakura and his kid? Or, like, was he actually doing something while he was out? Because, like, again, I missed the storyline, but I was under the impression that he accomplished his original goal of getting revenge for his family getting slaughtered. So... I mean, if you're talking about, yes, you do need money to hire people and shit, but he had money, he inherited it from his family. Same thing with Trump. Everyone thinks Trump is some sort of financial genius. Well, he got $400 million from his parents. I mean, shit, if you, of course he can make investments. And I mean, yes, most people will be much better off with $400 million starting pot than, you know, having to, like, earn it, like, you know, the rest of America. Yeah, you better be glad he doesn't pay child support. He's the only child number 13. I don't even think he's keeping track anymore. He wanted to make up for his he wanted to make up for his evil by being a deadbeat father. That sounds like a good plan. He has a mission. What is his mission? To make Sakura an example for the village? This is what happens when you fawn over the emo guy. He's spying. Surveying the area. If he doesn't... No, Ron. Okay, I hate to pick on y'all. I hate to pick on men. But don't give me that whole, like, we wouldn't sleep with her if we didn't like her excuse. Okay, that's bullshit. It goes both ways, too, by the way. There's plenty of women who sleep with dudes and they're absolutely not interested in it, okay? Don't give me that. I'm not putting up with this bullshit relationship, okay, Warlord? Like I said, they had a choice, okay? You talk about creative choices, they could have gone so... They went this way, okay? I'd rather Sasuke kiss another dude than what she did to fucking Sakura. There's no fling on Ninja. Yeah, I'm not gonna deny the Asians being racist part. That is a thing. They so racist that they're so racist that, like, they don't even consider me, in Korea, they don't consider me Korean. Even though genetically I'm Korean. That's how racist it gets. They don't consider my mom Korean sometimes, even though she was born and raised there. Like, it gets ridiculous. So, yeah. Okay. You know, True Light, I'm gonna have to call out your BS because you were talking about your ex history last time, and you definitely slept with some people that you just wanted some bling bling, okay? That wasn't the best way to word it, but it's fine if you just want some action, all right? But it's a thing, okay? Don't deny it. A lot of guys do that, and girls, by the way. Nah, but it did happen. It was a thing. It happens. It's not... Don't feel like, oh, guys never sleep with girls just because they want some pussy. That definitely 100,000% happens, and it happens the other way around, too. Don't be trying to convince me, okay? That's not gonna work on nobody. No, I'm just saying, like... I'm not saying that, like, other races are not racist, but Asian racism is a whole nother breed of racism, and if you guys are Asian, you know exactly what I'm talking about. Like, you can literally be from the same ethnic group, and they'll still discriminate against you just cause. They want to charge you $3 more on an item, and they do that, by the way, in the markets. I fucking hate that. It's happened to me, too. I like how you're trying to separate young you from current you. Like, it was a different person. We ain't the same person. That was the old me. The old me makes you, sir. The old you is part of you, whether you want to admit it or not. Anyway, and then she made the mistake of having a kid with him too. Like, seriously. Alright, what am I supposed to actually be doing here? Okay, he's talking about putting rune pieces together. What am I supposed to go to bed? Yes. Head to the room. Okay. So. Okay, I'm just saying, y'all. You never actually become a different person. The old person just becomes the new you. It never goes away, though. Not good. This is not good at all. Yes, I agree. Right, do you really think we're innocent until the age of 15? I think you're being a little optimistic there. I think we're innocent until you hit the age of, like, 6. That's when shit starts hitting the fan, okay? I started getting depressed when I was 6, okay? 6 is old enough to see shit, okay? They were having, oh, okay. Okay, don't ever tell people where you went to school, Trulli, because I think you might be... Some people might be into that. Anyway. I mean, it's not necessarily internet related. Yes, news definitely travels a lot faster when you have the internet, but just depending on what kind of environment you grow up in, yeah, you can start seeing shit and actually recognizing that it's shit pretty damn early. It depends on the kid. For me, it was when I was actually 4, but 6 was when I was actually understanding exactly how much shit I was in. I think that was the point where I realized that not all families were like mine. Because actually, I thought that was semi-normal until I hit about 6. So I had 2 years of confusion, and then 6 was like, oh fuck, this is just my family. Would have been nice if it could have waited till 15, but it didn't turn out that way. It's okay, I managed. They made this room way too dark. You can barely see what's going on in here, and I don't know if it's my... I think it's just the game. I don't know if it's... I originally played this on a fat TV, so maybe on a fat TV it looks different. Yes, you told us about the people that you were dating back then. Well, I don't know if it's back then specifically. You were ex-less, and you definitely had some experiences, I'll give you that. Well, see, the problem is, like I said, I actually got more jaded once I figured out that all families were not going through the same thing, which was kind of a little pissy, but, you know, I was only 6, I wasn't exactly the most emotionally mature person at that point. Definitely got a little bit more jaded when I figured out, oh, just this family. But it's okay. So tired of being she's not even the queen. The queen's sister. What do you call the queen's sister? Oh yeah, that awareness phase sucks. Well, for most people. Actually, I would argue it sucks for most people and everyone, even if your life is not necessarily a mess, because it just sucks. The royal aunt. Well, I guess so, but she's actually not next in line either, so... I mean, realistically, she's technically competition, but... Technically. Oh yeah, I forgot they warp through the doors in this game. Everything he says is a little strange. Well, not necessarily run. There's a difference between being racist because you don't know any better, and versus I don't want to know any better. Does that make any sense? And just as you can become racist, you can also grow out of it. Although, it's much harder in reverse, right? Yeah, God. Well, that's good, truly. That's true. That's good. Well, like I said, right, so when people get super defensive when not even confronted by a different idea, but just like when a different idea is even being mentioned in front of them, that's a matter of insecurity, right? Just because I don't agree with you doesn't mean you should feel attacked. But, you know, again, that's usually on their end. A fellow Christian got mad. I mean, like I said, that's on him. I mean, unless you were just exceedingly rude about it, like when you were pointing it out, which was probably not the case, right? But if somebody gets super defensive when you call them out on, especially hypocrisy of all things, because that's something that it's something that people should be self-aware of, but the people who are self-aware typically are not hypocrites, so it's like one of those catch-22s. But it's kind of like when you catch them in that uncomfortable phase where they subconsciously recognize that what you say is true, but they don't have the inner strength to admit it either, because it'll just make their psyche crumble. So that's that weird transition phase, and some people never leave it, which is super annoying, so they just keep shifting the blame and stuff, But, yeah, I mean, all you can do is really point it out, which is, well, that's really the extent of your responsibility, too, right? Because as long as he doesn't, or, sorry, I keep saying he. Well, I mean, you said him, so it shouldn't automatically assume it's a male. But, you know, that's on him at that point to learn and grow from the experience. But, yeah, of course, the first time you do it, it's usually going to only get pushback. But, again, if he's really a Christian, right, he will eventually learn. Eventually learn and grow. If not, then, well, he's just a Christian in name. Yeah, fun stuff. I mean, mental problems are definitely a thing, Ron, don't get me wrong. There's not a lot of gender differences between men in terms of mental illness, though, to be perfectly honest. Typically, males and females will exhibit the same symptoms if it's an actual mental illness. So I stress this because there are things that people kind of consider mental illnesses, but they're not clinically mental illnesses. Clinical mental illnesses have, I don't know if you guys are familiar with the DSM-5. It's literally like the doctor's checklist for diagnosing diseases, okay? So if you have, say it lists 8 symptoms, right? If you have 4 out of the 8 symptoms, you clinically have diabetes, mellitus, or whatever, right? So the reason why I mentioned this is because pretty much for damn near every DSM criteria I've had to look up, except for the ones regarding reproductive health. Obviously, men don't have ovaries, right? But I'm talking about, like, all the ones I can think of that I've ever looked at. There's never like oh yeah, men have these symptoms, but women have these symptoms, right? Like I told you, men's brains and women's brains are very, very similar. They're similar enough that the mental illnesses tend to have the same symptoms. The one major difference is testosterone. That can make them look a little bit different, but the core symptoms are almost always the same. But anyway, whatever. Well, I mean, the gender identity thing, that's not a mental illness. I know they try to spin it as such, but it's not. Like, there's no DSM criteria for gender identity. There's so they have some, like, they call it body, I think the official term is body dysmorphia. So, okay, so this is kind of like murky territory here. So there is an entry in there where a person feels like, oh shit, I don't know how to explain this. There's a class of mental disorders that sort of include gender identity crisis, but it also includes another array of psychological disorders. Basically, there's a mismatch between your body and how you perceive your body. So DSM, I forgot, it's the Diagnostic Statistical Manual, I think is what it stands for. I never call it by the full name. So anyway, it's literally like a checkbook for stuff. So let me give you an example that has nothing to do with gender identity. So there's a disorder where you feel like there's a part of, like, there. I don't know how to explain this without sounding like sounding weird. You feel there's a part of your body that you don't recognize as your own, even though it's yours. So there are people that, like, literally they're like, oh my god, my left hand is not mine. Like, they literally feel like they have somebody else's left hand attached to their body, and I'm starting to get, like, Metal Gear Solid vibes out of this shit because of what happened with Ocelot. But anyway, like, they literally feel like somebody else's hand is on their body. And it gets really desperate. Like, they will actually try to cut their limbs off sometimes because they feel this huge disconnect between their own arm and their brain. Okay? So that's a thing. And again, that has nothing to do with gender identity. Like, literally, sometimes this happens, and I don't even know how they fucking treat this. I think it's psychotherapy and maybe some drug combination, because again, these people will literally, there have been a couple cases where they literally cut their arm off because they literally cut their arm off. No, but so this is different from gender. This is a little bit different from what you're describing, though, because like I said, being homosexual is not in the DSM manual, and the reason why is because it's not a mental illness. So the idea is for a mental illness to be defined as such, okay, there needs to be some sort of molecular or biological base for it, okay? So, for instance, I'm gonna pull something out of my ass. Me really liking gummy bears, okay? let's just say I absolutely loved gummy bears, right? That's my thing. Actually, I do like gummy bears. That's not a lot. Not addicted to them, okay? The addiction is actually a DSM thing. Just say I really, really like gummy bears. That would not be in the DSM-4 criteria because there's no actual chemical basis for this. You can't look in my brain and be like, oh yeah, she has too much dopamine in the substantia nigra portion of her brain. It's causing a chemical imbalance, and that's why she likes gummy bears too much. Or that's why she likes gummy bears. Again, too much is actually different. That's an addiction. That's why she likes gummy bears. There's no chemical or molecular basis for it. It just so happens it's shaped by my experience, and that's just what it is, right? I just happen to like gummy bears. Now, for the dysmorphia thing, okay, I'm just saying, the dysmorphia thing, they actually think there's like, I don't know what the chemical imbalance is. I, honest to God, don't know. This is a very rare incidence, by the way. This condition is super duper rare, but it does happen. There is a chemical basis for it. I don't know if they have a treatment for, like I said, I don't know if they have a treatment for it. That's different, but, so the body dysmorphia thing, though, like, again, some people do feel like they're trapped inside of their, and again, not even a gender identity thing, right? Some people just feel like they're trapped in somebody else's body. That is a thing. But again, I'm not even sure if they found anything like that. But again, so they did try to add homosexuality at one point. I think this was like 30 or 40 years ago. They did try to add it to DSM-4, but again, they couldn't do it because it's not a mental illness, it's a preference, okay? So, regardless of your religious beliefs, I'm talking about from a clinical perspective, it wouldn't be in there because, again, that's not any different from me liking a woman as a woman is clinically not different from me liking a man, aside from the spread of STDs, but that's a separate issue, okay? Well, I mean, the thing is, like, so you guys are, like, using your faith as a basis for how you view it, which is, I understand that, but I don't understand how you explain this when animals also do the same thing. This happens in animals, too, is the thing. So, like, if you see two birds humping each other, are they being sinful? They're birds, for God's sake. Like, so I just don't understand that, because it's literally a thing in the animal kingdom that happens. And again, it's really hard to ask birds, it's hard to ask animals if they have transgender issues, but I'm assuming if the animal is smart enough, this could be an issue, right? Because that does involve a certain amount of self-awareness, so you would need a certain level of intelligence. I can't see a housefly contemplating whether it's male or female, right? But, definitely in smarter things, smarter animals, you could definitely, I could definitely see it possibly being a thing. And, like, there's actually an evolutionary reason why things like homosexuality exist, right? Like, there's actually some basis for this in anthropology. So, I know you guys, like, the religion says it's bad, but it's there, and it exists, at least from a biological and a medical perspective, it exists for a reason. Whether you agree with the reason or not is a whole nother deal, right? But like, saying, like, don't ever think, like, it's a learned behavior. It's not a learned behavior. Nobody learns to be gay. Like, if that was the case, we would literally have no gay people. Like, think about it. Gay people are born from straight people. We're not talking about in vitro. That's only been around for, like, the past, like, 30, 40 years. And you know gay people have been around for way longer than that, okay? And not even gay people, like, the whole idea of homosexuality in general, even in the animal population, has been going around way longer than that. So, like, literally, you have heterosexual people giving birth, and their kid happens to be gay. Obviously, it was not a learned behavior. I mean, duh. So, from that perspective, I don't think it makes sense, but... So male and female brains are not the same. They're not the same. They're very similar, but they're actually not the same. And there is one part of the brain that is significantly different. It's called the SDN, the sexual dimorphic nucleus. I've mentioned this before. That part is actually significantly different, but the rest of the brain actually is pretty damn similar. I mean, possessed animals, I would argue that was probably rabies. Or some other type of diseases. Or like those fucking cordyceps mushroom things that you guys like to bring up all the time that took over in Last of Us. That could have been a thing too. Or the zombie deers. The zombie deers are great too. Well, yeah, funny you mentioned about changing sexes. There are animals that can change sexes too. In fact, I have a couple of them in my fish tanks. That's what I'm saying. I have fish that can change sexes depending on the situation, but we're not gonna go. Well, I mean, like I said, there's the reason why homosexuality exists is because it provides a genetic advantage in certain situations. That's the reason why it's still around. And if anything has persisted over time, especially across populations, and especially if it's like through various species, it's because it has some sort of survival benefit, y'all. Like, let's just be real, right? So, I mean, I'll just tell you what they think. This is what the leading theory is, and it makes sense to me too. So, okay, so imagine you have a family, right? And again, most people back in the day, they didn't just have one kid, right? So imagine you have a family, 3 children, right? Okay? So, 3 kids. Don't bring dragons into this, okay? They don't even... Right, unless you're talking about Komodo dragons, I don't know about those. They're not real dragons, though. They're just really big-ass venomous lizards with nasty-ass bacteria growing in their... I heard it's not even the venom that kills you. It's all that nasty shit that's growing in their mouth that kills you, which is... I don't even know if that's any better. You basically get killed by sepsis. Anyway, so imagine a family has 3 kids, okay? Actually, we'll make this real easy. Imagine a family has 2 kids, okay? So, we'll just have 1 kid that was straight, 1 kid ends up gay, okay? And again, not because of learned behavior, it just so happens that one of the kids gay, okay? So, continue down the line, the straight kid ends up marrying and has kids, right? And then the gay person may or may not marry somebody, but it's probably not gonna have kids, right? Okay? So we have one kid that has kids. It's continuing the bloodline, right? And then we have one branch that's not continuing the bloodline because of, you know, biology, right? Okay. Well, that's what I'm saying. Like, that's what I'm saying. People are born with their sexual preferences. That's actually been proven. But anyway, sorry, I shouldn't say. There's a lot of scientific evidence to back it up. It's kind of actually hard to prove it without doing like thousands and thousands of cases. But there's scientific evidence. Anyway, so let me finish. Don't distract me. It's not a DNA malfunction. And again, if it was a DNA malfunction, it'd be coming from the parents who are straight. See, this is why I don't like the scientific argument, because it really doesn't make any sense. Now, so I'm getting to the point why we're like, this is the reason why homosexuality is so common among, like, just, it's there and it's being preserved and there's a reason for it. Okay, so let me finish. Don't distract me, goddammit. So it's not a DNA malfunction. It has nothing to do with your DNA. They haven't found a quote-unquote gay gene, and this is the other reason why it's not in the DSM. If they do actually find something, then they might have to reclassify, but that has not been the case so far. Anyway, so imagine the kid that had kids, right? So the straight kid, right? They have kids, okay? So that's great. Now, imagine a scenario where the straight, I hate saying straight, the heterosexual kid ends up dying, okay? It's not a DNA malfunction. It's literally not in the DNA, right? They've mapped the genome. So anyway, Why are you blaming the DNA for this shit? You're the one who believes in God. Don't blame God. He's the one who made DNA. So imagine the kid that had kids, okay? So the guy, the heterosexual child dies, okay? So the kids are orphaned, right? So what normally happens in this situation? Do you guys know? So there's usually two scenarios. Either the grandparents will adopt the children, right? But there's a chance that the grandparents might be too damn old, right? It happens. So normally what happens is the sibling would take them, and because they're homosexual and we're unable to have kids, like the normal way, right? They can raise the orphan children, and that's actually typically what happens if you look at even in animal populations, right? When children get orphaned, who usually ends up taking care of the kids? It's actually if there's a same-sex couple in the same family, they usually end up taking care of them, and that preserves the family line. So that's actually what happens, all right? But I don't know what the reprogram mining is. That sounds like a legal term to me. I mean, if you can see it as if you want to see it as a mental issue, Ron, you can, but that's not that's not true medically. No doctor's going to agree with you on that. Or nobody with the scientific education is going to agree with you on that. So, just letting you know that. And again, if you're going to claim it's a mental issue, you need to have something to back it up, because medicine is based on science. We don't go by the Bible, I'm sorry. We can't go by the Bible. What the fuck am I doing in this? Okay, so... Okay, I'm supposed to end up at Rathfleet again? Oh yeah, I think that's immediately obviously Serena. Well, if you have any suggestions on how to fix that, True Light, I'm open to them. So far, religion has not fixed society, though. That reminds me, I haven't seen Urim in a minute. I guess he's hiding. Well, I'm just telling you, science is based on data, y'all. So, you can personal feelings all you want. They're your personal feelings. You have every right to have them, but don't try to argue that clinically it's the case. It's not gonna fly. If people would listen, that'd be great. Listen to what? Listen to what exactly? I would argue that people listen to too much shit, and that's the reason why we're in the reason why we're in all this mess. Yes, there are what you call there's a group okay, so if you look at a lot of the scientists historically, they were Christians, but they were not traditional Christians. They were actually, most people would consider them deists. But there were a lot of scientists that were Christian, but again, they didn't take the Bible literally. They had the God as the creator, clockwork person, like, ideology, but then they also had the opinion that God was pretty much just chilling and he wasn't interacting with the world anymore. Like, he made his creation, he just, like, let it sail off into space, and he was done. And it was our job to take over it. That's how a lot of scientific minds historically have viewed God. Not all of them, of course, but... I mean, wait, again, you need to be more specific, True Light, like which biblical values? Because some of them are, like, some of them, depending on who you ask, actually, I think everyone agrees that there's some of the stuff in the Bible that's just outdated, and it just depends on which part you're pointing at that you decide which one's outdated. But I don't know anyone who actually follows the Bible 100%. There's always some part of it that they leave out for one reason or the other. Whether that's okay or not, that depends on who you ask, but yeah. The Founding Fathers, I think were Christian. If I'm not mistaken, they're Puritans, but they also believed in separation of church and state, True Light, so... and they did it because they saw what happened in Europe at the time. I don't know if you remember what was happening with was it the Protestant church was being a real bitch at the time? That's the whole reason why the Puritans fled over here in the first place. So... religion doesn't always fix things. In fact, sometimes it makes things way, way, way worse, depending on who's in control. I mean, I don't see the problem with God being an alien, Ron. To be honest, if you look at the current depiction of God, that's basically an alien. Because it doesn't match anything. The description of God in the Bible doesn't match any form of life found on Earth, including us. So, that would be an alien, wouldn't it? Specifically following Jesus. Correct me if I'm wrong. It's been a minute since I read the Bible, but does Jesus actually specifically go into the whole, like, man should not sleep with another man thing? Because I thought that was an Old Testament thing. And the thing is, even if it is in the New Testament, I would argue that at the time it made sense, but now it doesn't. Because Christianity is definitely not in the minority. The main reason why they said it is because, obviously, back in the day, if you had too many people hooking up with men, you wouldn't have any children. And the best way to spread your religion is to pass it on to your children. So they did it to preserve the religion. Yeah, Christianity is definitely not having any problems with extinction from a numbers perspective. If you want to talk about quality perspective, yes, I would argue you're getting diluted quite a bit. But Christianity is definitely not going anywhere. And it's not a threat of being eliminated. So I would argue that that would be outdated and would need to be ignored. But again, that's also a personal opinion of mine. Yeah, again, see, the thing is, like, which parts of which testament do you pick out and which ones do you don't? This is where the religious leaders come in, right? That's their job. They're supposed to be like, hey, this is the part of the Old Testament you need to pay attention to. This part's not as important or is a personal thing. This is why you need the importance of good religious leaders, because they're the ones who determine how you interpret the text, and then people follow, right? For the most part. I mean, some people do read for themselves, but let's face it, the vast majority of any religious group doesn't. They just follow whatever the leader's doing. But so that's a great suggestion, True Light, but we need better leaders apparently, because like I said, I look at most Christians these days, or not even just, I shouldn't be picking on Christians specifically because it's just all religion. I look at most religious people these days and I'm just like, woo-wee, okay, what a great shining example of humanity, right? So like I said, it's been a minute since I've actually read. I know for a fact it's in the Old Testament, but I couldn't remember specifically. I couldn't remember specifically in the New Testament where it happens. Do you happen to have a verse? But yeah, again, back then when the Bible was written, you gotta remember Christianity was not on the verge of extinction, but they were definitely being persecuted. I mean, that's like the whole New Testament like revolves around that. Well, I mean, so the having no sex out of marriage thing should be obvious. I would think that would be obvious, but that was to stop the spread of STDs, right? Like, let's be real. It was to stop the spread of STDs and also to make sure that you were not raising somebody else's child. Let's be fair. It was to protect men, right? Because, I mean, shit, that's a problem today, right? Up until DNA testing got real positive, you guys were raising other men's children. You know, I think you're right, Warlord, but although I don't remember the context of where... Does it actually call them aliens? I think it calls them something else. They think they use a different word besides alien, because alien is a relatively recent word, if I'm not mistaken. It definitely wouldn't have been around 2,000-something years ago, I don't think. Well, I'm not even talking like the Ten Commandments, I'm just talking about in general. Because... I know there's a part in the Old Testament where it specifically says, like... They go a little bit further. It's not even like you're not supposed to sleep with men. Like, you weren't supposed to waste your seed. Don't waste your sperm, dude. So, like, that's where the whole, like, anti-masturbation thing came in, because you're wasting your seeds. Those could all be babies. Okay. Because, you know, every single one of those needs to be a damn baby. You squirt out millions of little spermlets every damn time you guys jack off, and there's no way in hell all those need to be a baby, okay? Matthew 5:20. I'm lazy. I don't actually want to grab my fucking Bible. Alright, I'll get up for a second. Excuse me, cat. Excuse me. I mean, let me see. Because, again, context is important. This might cause an avalanche. If you hear something fall, it's my bookshelf. Alright. Stay right there. Be a good book. I don't need flying book chaos here. Let's see. According to woke people, they're not babies. Are you talking about sperm, Ron? Because that's correct. Sperm is not babies. I'm sorry. Sperm is part of a baby. It is not a baby, though. Speaking of fucking babies, though, don't ever Google what a teratoma is. Those things are terrifying. So, it is possible for... I don't know if I should bring this up. It is possible for two eggs to fertilize themselves, okay? And this happens in women sometimes just naturally, because, I mean, we do have an ovary that's literally got a bunch of eggs sitting in it, okay? So sometimes the eggs will fertilize each other, and goddamn does it have some really nasty... and those things have teeth and hair and ears and all sorts of weird shit in them, and don't Google it. It's kind of like, it looks like something out of science fiction, like, I'm not even kidding. But yeah, of course, women always got blamed for, like, being possessed by the devil, and literally what happened is two eggs just bumped into each other the wrong way and they fertilized. But that actually happened. That happens. I can't math. Sorry, I'm distracted. 5, what else is new? 5:27. I'm trying to read in the dark, sorry. Do not. It's a. Okay, so what version is it? I forgot which version. This is the NIV version. This is really old, by the way. I was using this in high school, so if this has changed, let me know. Oh my god, cat, no! Sorry, my cat was licking the tablet. Okay, so I'm reading this, but I don't see anything that specifically... I don't see anything that specifically says don't... This isn't about adultery. Matthew 5:27. This has nothing to do with homosexuality. It's literally don't commit adultery, which... I mean, heterosexual couples can do that too. I mean, I can read the verse out loud if you don't believe me, but... Well, okay, so here's the thing I have about... Okay, I have a lot of issues with the pro-life people, but I'll give you one of the big reasons why I have a beef with them, okay? So, a lot of women have miscarriages due to no fault of theirs, by the way. Just natural miscarriages, and most of the time when that happens, it's because the baby has a major chromosomal malfunction. Like, you want to talk about actual, like, chromosomal DNA shit? That is the number one cause, normally, except for, like, assuming, again, nothing, like, no intentional neglect on the actions of the mother, okay? Like, if the baby's, you know... So for those of you who have taken biology, if the meiosis is going and it's going and it's going, and then all of a sudden you end up with 3 copies of the wrong chromosome, baby dies, okay? Because it didn't copy the DNA. You know, there's so many freaking ways the cells can split incorrectly and cause a death, okay? That's a miscarriage, okay? I don't think that should be considered murder, okay? Like, the baby wasn't gonna make it. That's why the fetus aborted itself, is what happens, okay? That's very, very common and happens all the time. And then occasionally it will endanger the mother's life, which is why you have to have surgical intervention on top of it, okay? Because if it's already attached, normally it's already attached when this happens. It can actually bore a hole into her uterus and cause excessive bleeding and shit, okay? So, but to call that a baby, to be perfectly honest, it's not a baby until it comes out, because even the babies can die, like, it's just like, there's so many things that can happen before birth, right? Like, you're not actually born until you make it out of there alive, is what I'm saying, because there's so many things that can go wrong. So, for you to define the thing to be alive when it's literally like 8 cells big or whatever, like, that's showing a completely illogical view of how, like, there's so many births that terminate before people even know they're pregnant. So like I said, I need to look at the verse, but I don't consider an adultery verse to have anything to do with homosexuality. Do you see what I'm saying? Like, I mean, I can read... Do you want me to read this? So this is Matthew 5:27. You have heard... I'm sorry, I'm in the dark right now, and I'm having a little trouble reading it. You have heard that it was said, do not commit adultery. But I tell... So that's verse 27. If you keep going, though, it says, but I tell you that anyone who looks at a woman lustfully has already committed adultery with her in his heart. If your right eye causes you to sin, gouge it out and throw it away. A lot of people have heard this verse. It is better for you to lose one part of your body than your whole body to be thrown in hell. And if your right hand causes you to sin, cut it off and throw it away. It is better for you to lose one part of your body than your whole body to go into hell. Okay, but it doesn't say like anything specifically about same-sex anything. It does specifically mention women, but, you know, it could have been a dude too. I mean, hold on, let me look up the rest of this, but anyway. Well, so I don't agree with that either, True Light. You said adultery is sex outside of marriage. The Bible is literally saying if you're just even lusting after another person, that's adultery. No, so that verse specifically, though, is saying don't like, if you are committed in a marriage, don't be window shopping, is what it's basically saying. It has nothing to do with same-sex marriage. That verse has nothing to do with that. Again, you can have adultery in a same-sex relationship. I'm not saying that doesn't happen, but that's not the correct verse. But let me look at the other one. 15. I'm getting really distracted here. Tiny ass numbers. Matthew 15, verse 19 to 20. Okay, so this is what I'm reading. For out of the heart come evil thoughts, murder, adultery, sexual immorality, theft, false testimony, slander. These are what make a man unclean, but eating with unwashed hands does not make him unclean. Okay, I don't see anything specifically against homosexuality there, though. So let me put this in reference. So when I said that there's a reference, there is a verse in the Old Testament. I don't know it off the top of my head. I would have to Google it, but it would literally says, "You are not to waste any sperm." Like, basically, don't masturbate. Don't sleep with another man. That sperm is for making babies. So if you're not using the sperm to make babies and you use it in any other way, it's sinful. But I can't remember the name of the verse. But somebody knows this, but I'm just saying. That's the only verse that specifically says, like, don't sleep with somebody of the same damn sex. And if I'm not mistaken, it picks on men specifically. I don't think it actually mentions women sleeping with other women. But that might be a historical thing, because at the time, I'm not sure how many women could read. I mean, let's be honest. Historically, women have not always been taught to be literate. So it could be that they're always referencing men because it was probably a man reading it, right? So, again, that could be a historical thing. But the two verses that I just looked up, they literally doesn't say anything specifically about sleeping with somebody of the same sex. I mean, I don't know if it's just the wrong verse, but I'm not reading that in this translation. Okay, so that took a weird turn. I mean, infidelity is not the same thing as homosexuality. Is what I'm saying. I'm not sure how you're going to argue that one, but if you want to argue it, that's cool, but... No, but that's what I'm just saying, like, it doesn't actually say, it doesn't say anything about sleeping with the same, it just says having bad sexual thoughts, and then he throws in the washed hands. For some reason, having dirty hands is not a bad thing. It is a bad thing. It's bad for your health, but anyway, whatever. Well, I mean, adultery, yes, but, I mean, again, that's having sex outside of a marriage is not something that's specific to homosexuality. Heterosexual people do it all the time. In fact, I would argue it's much more common in heterosexual couples than homosexual. I mean, so you're basically saying that masturbation is also sinful, right? By that definition. Now, see, but it doesn't actually explicitly say that, though. It doesn't say... It just says that if you're in a marriage and you look at another person in a lustful way, that is adultery. It doesn't say that if I'm a woman and I look at another woman lustfully, that's adultery or sinful, right? I mean, I'm just saying, it doesn't actually explicitly say that. That's in a reading of, that's an interpretation reading. If it actually says, if you are a man and you look at another man and you want to stick your dick in him, that is a sin. Okay, point that out. That's exactly what I'm asking for. Because that's very, very clear and not open to much interpretation. I know, but like... Again, adultery and homosexuality are not the same thing, so that's why I'm confused. So you think masturbation is sinful? Well, damn. Fellas, y'all are in trouble. Actually, ladies, y'all are in trouble too. We're all in trouble. In the Old Testament, yes, it does have a passage about masturbation. As far as I'm aware, though, the New Testament doesn't have that. Well, so the reason why I make a distinction between Old Testament and New Testament is because they were written by two different sets of people. I don't know if you guys are aware of this. So, the New Testament is supposed to be, and I put this in quotes because, again, this is kind of up to interpretation. The New Testament is supposed to be, as the name implies, a more revised, updated version of the Old Testament. So that's why they don't focus quite so much on the hygienic stuff as they did in the Old Testament. There's a lot of hygiene stuff in there, okay? The New Testament doesn't focus quite as much on there. Not because hygiene is not important, don't get me wrong, but they focused more on the spiritual part of it, right? It's the Old Testament's more of a survival guide, right? Like, how do you keep your ass alive, right? Because that's important too. But the New Testament is supposed to be like, okay, here's how you're supposed to be. Like, improve your spiritual life, not your physical life. Does that make any sense? So, so the points that were really important from the Old Testament do get reiterated in the New Testament, right? Masturbating, you're looking... What? Okay, are you watching porn while you're masturbating? Because that's actually doesn't really make a difference, but there's a lot of dudes who... Do I have to tell y'all this? There's a lot of dudes who just rub one out, and they're not necessarily looking at anything. They're horny, like, fuck. Well, so, like I said, you're right. So Jesus is supposed to be your new path to God, right? So he focuses more on how to build that spiritual relationship with God and become, like, sort of the, what do you call it? Religious example for other people. So that, like, again, the stuff that was really important got reiterated, but that's why I kept asking, is there an example in the New Testament where he actually sits there and blatantly says, a man shall not sleep with another man? So, because that's important, because that means if it wasn't reiterated, that means that's, like, supposed to be the updated version of what you're supposed to do for God, right? So that means maybe not as important, or maybe it was outdated, or maybe the idea was misunderstood. If it appears in both spots, it's a little bit more important, right? But if it only appears in the Old Testament, then how do you explain this, right? If it was that important, why did they leave it out, is what I'm asking you. I mean, So, I have a question for you, True Light. You guys know what a morning wood is, right? I don't have to tell y'all what that is. So, are you telling me y'all are sinning every time you have a freaking boner in the middle of the night, even though you literally can't control that? So, I shouldn't have to tell y'all this, but you know an erection is it's a reflex, right? It can literally be triggered out of nowhere. In fact, fun fact, a lot of guys who were high, like, they used to hang people, a lot of them ended up getting boners. And the reason why is because of stress, basically. So you can have a boner for reasons that have absolutely nothing to do with sex. They were literally getting choked to death. Okay, so, okay, I know some people get turned on by that, but I'm just saying, like, you know what I mean. They were literally getting killed, and they happened because it's a physiological response to certain stimuli, okay? Okay, but I'm just... Okay, I'm just saying. Yeah. The morning wood is an erection, y'all, and you guys do shoot, too. Why am I having this conversation? So, I mean, if you want to be real technical, I mean, it's the same thing as masturbating, right? If you want to be real technical. Look, y'all, why am I even... You guys should know this way better than I do. I only know it from scientific purposes, okay? I haven't actually, obviously, have not experienced this for myself. Well, the thing is, even if there's lustful intent, you're dreaming, right? And the thing is, if you're single, and you're just thinking about a girl in general, and she's not necessarily married or anything, you just think she's cute, is that considered lust? I mean, is sexual attraction considered lust, even if it's not necessarily in a bad context? See... Do females get horny if... Are you asking me as a female? Okay, so... I'm not sure if I understand your question properly. Do I have to answer for all females? I can really only answer for myself, and from what I know from scientific knowledge. So let me see if I get this straight. Hold on. Do females get horny if they know the guy's horny? Yes and no, Ron. So it depends. So I'm trying to take this from a scientific perspective, but it is a little bit of personal experience mixed in too. If the female feels threatened by the guy who's being horny, absolutely not. Turn off, okay? I'm sorry, man. My chat just went to... My chat's been in hell for the past, like, 30 minutes. I'm sorry. If the female feels threatened by the dude, no. If the female does not feel threatened by the dude... I'm talking about the horny dude, right? Because that's what we're talking about. It depends on the female. Some women, yes, but some women, no. Still. If that makes any sense. I don't know if I answered your question. So, lust is being... So, I would argue that lust is different from sexual attraction. But that's a personal opinion. Although I think a lot of people would agree with me on that. Okay, did you have to put the I want to destroy it part? Sir? Okay, so there's a reason why lust is considered one of the 7 deadly sins, but being horny is not, okay? So I hate to tell y'all, but I thought this was obvious. Being horny is necessary for life, y'all. The human species would literally be... We would have died out if people were not horny, okay? There's a reason why people are horny, especially when the hormones are kicking in, okay? You need it for the perpetuation of the species, okay? So, being horny in and of itself is not a bad thing, okay? Lust is bad because lust is when you're looking at another person strictly as a sexual object to fulfill your sexual desires, and particularly when they're one-sided, okay? That's why lust is a sin, okay? You're dehumanizing the other person is what I'm saying. And that's not okay. Does that make any sense? I gave you my personal, my personal opinion was mixed in there, Ron. So that's been my experience. I've had guys hit on me. And me personally, unless I'm actually interested in them, it doesn't turn me on. But there are women that, if they see a guy that hits on them, yes, they get hot too. But never have I seen a woman, at least from my personal experience and from what I know, if they felt actually threatened by the dude, she's like, oh god, this guy just, I feel like he's gonna kill me, but god, it just turns me on. Like, if they legit think she's gonna kill her, they ain't getting wet, okay? Hi, Swagamir. How long have you been in here? Oh god. Did I watch Hunchback? What are you talking about? The Hunchback of Notre Dame? Like, which Hunchback? I mean, so, what you just described, Warlord, I wouldn't consider that lust. That's just being a control freak, asshole, bitch type. That's like a power struggle right there. Well, okay, so there are women that if a hot guy hits on them, yes, they will respond positively, right? Like there's that, I don't know if you call it a joke. I wouldn't call it a joke, but there's that thing where like if a hot guy hits on a woman, it's flirting, but if an ugly guy hits on him, it's sexual harassment. Like you guys have heard this, right? This is not the first time hearing it. That's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about if the woman is actually genuinely feeling threatened. Like say we're walking on a street, okay? And she sees a dude and she thinks he's following her. If she genuinely thinks that guy's gonna harm her, she ain't gonna get wet, like I'm telling you. Like, under no circumstance. Unless there's something a little bit weird about her. But, like, just, like, 99% of the time, the woman is not gonna get turned on by that, okay? So, what you're hearing is a bias. So, people do naturally have a bias that if a person is good looking, they must be a good person. And this is not based on anything scientific. It's just something... No, so there is data to back this up, but the bias of thinking that good looking people are good people is not based on anything scientific. It's just something that has evolved societally. And this has been proven many, many times. I keep saying this has been shown many, many times through data. People are more trusting of people who are good looking. And it's just, again, societal bias. Not necessarily justified, not necessarily true either, by the way. Who was that serial killer? Was it Jeffrey Dahmer? No. Oh, fuck. What's the name of that really famous... There's a really famous serial killer, and he was good looking, and that's how he got so many damn victims, because a lot of women dropped their guard because he was good looking, and they're just like, hey, fuck, handsome, I'll help you out with, you're wearing a cast, and then he took advantage of it. But, oh god, what is his name? I'm having a brain fart. He's a really famous serial killer. Like, I know you guys have heard of him, I can't remember off the top of my head. But, I mean, yes, like, so yes, okay, you're gonna have the occasional outlier, but I'm just talking about women in general, okay, because I think that's one of the differences, I think, a little bit between men and women, is men typically, I think men are much more likely to respond positively to any sort of sexual stimulation, even if they know it's gonna be a dangerous thing, right? I mean, let's be real. So, when men and women have sex, it's more dangerous for the woman. Like, probably like 99% of the large percentage of the time, it's more dangerous for the woman. And I mean that in many senses, okay? And I'm not trying to, like, make y'all... I'm not saying guys are evil or whatever, but I'm just saying if you think about the risks of having sex and getting pregnant and all that, a lot of that burden is on the woman. So that's why women are kind of like that. Right? Well, actually, the smart traffickers warlord, they actually recruit women, which is extra evil, right? Because, you know, women tend to let their guard down around other women because they're like, oh, the woman's not going to trick me into being sticking me in the ring or whatever. Liz Serena is getting her screen time, okay? Now, it wasn't Jack the Ripper. It was an American serial killer. And I'm having a... It's not Jeffrey Dahmer, I don't think. It was, if I hear his name, I'll fucking know. I'm having a brain fart. I was about to say Ted Kaczynski, but that's a different dude. that's the guy with the packages. The mail bombs that... I just said packages. Wrong contacts. Okay. See, I don't think was it Jeffrey Dahmer? I thought it was a different dude. See, oh my god. I don't... Because Jeffrey Dahmer, I think, actually had a lot of male victims, too. The guy I'm thinking of, mostly the victims were female. But maybe it was... Why am I racking my brain this time of the fucking day over serial killers? I want to say the name starts with J, though. This is why it's bothering me. So maybe it's Jeffrey Dahmer. I'm just getting the wrong stupid... This is gonna bother me. I'm gonna wake up in the middle of the damn night and be like, so-and-so! It sounds like a complete loony, which is not too far off there. So I get to go prison break. Speaking of which, I think this is one of the few games where you... I don't think you get thrown in prison in this game. I swear in every RPG I play, you end up in prison at least once. Do I have a pet... Have I pet a centipede? Are you talking about willingly, Warlord? No. Have I pet one by accident because it got too close or it landed on me? Most certainly. I look at he's putting on me. Googling a bunch of... See, the thing is, he's probably put serial killers in the Google, and now it's like, ding, ding, ding! Somebody just rang a little flag somewhere. I don't know if that's him or not. I think that's closer. I can't remember the dude's name. He's super famous, too. This is the thing that's killing me. It's, oh my god, I have a break. So, centipedes, a lot of them have venomous pinchers, I should say venomous pinchers. So, not all of them do, though, I don't think. A lot of them do, though, so please don't touch them. You're probably gonna get stuck. But not all of them are harmful for people, either. So, for instance, I have a bunch of house centipedes that run around and as the name implies, they tend to live inside, and you probably haven't really seen them. They're about an inch and a half, maybe 2 inches big, and they just scurry like hell sometimes. I let them live, actually, because they eat other bugs. Centipedes are hunters. They're carnivores. So, they eat other bugs, which I'd rather deal with the centipede and not have to deal with spiders and ants and all that other shit. So, kind of not a good thing if they have a shit ton of them around, because that probably means you have a bunch of bugs, but they actually do work in here, so I leave them alone. But, so, speaking of roaches, I have pet a Brazilian hissing cockroach. Those things are fucking huge, by the way. It didn't bother me. It's kind of just like, I'm not a roach expert, but it kind of just looked like a gymongous normal-ass roach. But yes, they do keep them as pets, and they actually get big enough that you can put a harness on them. You can make a pet out of anything, okay. We don't like insects. They're a predator. I don't quite understand that sentence, Rob, but it's okay. If you're saying that pet insects should not be a thing, I kind of low-key agree with you. Though there's a lot of people who have pet scorpions and pet tarantulas. They're not insects, but they're arachnids. I know. They're arachnids. I actually forgot what they call millipedes and centipedes, because that's a different family, because arachnids specifically have 8 legs. And Lord knows centipedes and millipedes have a shit fucking ton more than that. Anyway. So the house, like I said, the house centipedes, again, the house centipedes are not dangerous towards people. I've had them, like, literally land, like you said, you mentioned, have you ever touched one before in pet? I've had one land on me. I don't know why. The dude was, like, hanging on ceiling, and then, of course, he just decided to let go and land on me. And he just crawled off. I mean, there was no incident. He scared the shit out of me, but there was no problem. I've also had a millipede. We have these millipedes in Georgia that are about, so the small ones are like 4 inches. I have seen them over a foot, but you don't usually see those in the city. I have had one, actually, this happened once when I was streaming. I was streaming, so I'm thinking about my montages here. It must have been after the point. I haven't gotten to it in my montages yet, because I would have definitely clipped that shit. But I screamed like a banshee, because this thing came out of nowhere. I don't even know where it came from. I screamed so fucking loud while I was streaming. Because this millipede literally landed. I don't know if it landed on my arm, or it crawled on my arm. But it was about 3 or 4 inches long, though, and I slapped I don't even think it survived. I slapped it so hard that it flew across the room. Oh, sorry. Alright, Manny. Ted Bundy. Thank you. That wasn't even close. It doesn't even have a J in it. I fucking suck. Ted Bundy. He was the... Gracias, Manny. That was up. He was the one, he was the one that was known for being super good looking and luring women in particular with his good looks. Because they were all like, oh, he's so fucking hot. And in fact, I think those people tried to marry him when he was in jail. Jack the Ripper, I think, was in the UK. Don't quote me on that. Or it was Britain at the time. It was Britain, because it was like so fucking long ago. I'm sorry, now you're on somebody's search list with the FBI because of serial killers. Anyway. Oh, now you talk about donuts. Okay, let's talk about donuts. Why are we talking about centipedes and shit all of a sudden? I don't even know where that came up from. Who brought up the bugs? Oh god, it's 5 in the morning. We're talking about donuts. Now, I didn't bring up the bugs, though. Who brought up the bugs? I did not bring up the bugs, okay? Look, are you expecting me to have a cohesive chat? Because you're in the wrong damn place, and you should have figured that out by now. Holy shit. I don't even know what's going on in the storyline. I wasn't reading the textbook. Donuts and coffee. Okay, yeah, let's go back. Oh god, and now I'm remembering what happened with that freaking millipede, and it's making me itch. But I did scream like a fucking banshee. Like, I screamed so loud that I think I woke people up in the house. But when I get to that stream, I'll let you know, because people thought, like, I got... Like, it sounded like something happened to me. Like, I mean, something did happen, but they, like, literally were like, are you okay? And I'm like, yeah, I'm okay. I just had to accidentally murder this millipede that ambushed me. Okay, so back to the storyline. So, what am I doing here? Okay, so I'm supposed to go to Raffley. Okay. I'm supposed to go to Prison Break, that's right. What would you like to talk about, Leon? You want to talk about Morning Woods and shit? Because that's what I've been doing. Fuck sausage. Spicy ice cream. Oh, so speaking of which, don't they make, like, jalapeno ice cream? I haven't had it, but... I like these people just waiting for me. They don't actually work for me yet, but... Okay, so I did more or less say something to that effect about Naruto, but I was just... Look, man, if you're gonna make me dig through 300 episodes of filler or whatever, make it worth my time, is what I'm saying. I'm just saying. So everyone knows about this lady, but... Belly dancers. Where did belly dancers come from? I'm not sure where the belly dancers came from. No, don't answer that. Don't answer that. We don't need to go there. I'm not ready mentally for this yet. That's enough of that. Okay, let me go to the jail. I have to walk all the way to Raffley to get to this place. Oh, God. Who are you asking who's belly dancing? Are you asking oh yeah, let's ask Warlord. Warlord, are you belly dancing? I'm totally deflecting here. How do you expect... It's not like you're gonna know if I'm belly dancing. I don't have a face cam. It's good for females. I don't know, man. There's a lot of guys who belly dance now too. Oh, no, I think they've been belly dancing. It's just more commonly known that men belly dance. No, I think that was definitely a question directed at Warlord. I demand that you answer, Warlord. It's your responsibility for bringing it up, sir. Oh, don't change the subject. You need to answer the question. Now he's trying to change the subject. Did FMA PS2? I don't even have the Full Metal Alchemist PS2 game, so I can't answer that. Does it cost an arm and a leg? A lot of the PS2 games are on the expensive side, but not all of them. You thought I was a guy. I could have been a little boy. Little boys always get voiced by women. I don't know why. Speaking of bugs. Oh, did y'all have to tag different ones? Coordinate. Okay, I could have put Cornelia back in my party, but I was lazy.
We did it!
And you know, you say the singing, but I'm not gonna lie. The first time I heard Justin Bieber, I swore to God that was a girl. I swore to fucking God that was a girl. His voice gets higher than mine. Like, dude must have been sipping helium or just squeezing the absolute dickens out of his balls to produce that sound on that octave. Like, I don't even know. When people told me it was a guy, I seriously thought they were shitting me. No, so I've only heard that one song from Justin Bieber. Like I said, I'm not gonna comment on the quality of his singing. I'm just saying, I legit, like, I 500,000% thought that was a girl. Because you gotta remember, I grew up in the era of boy bands, okay? Like, the boy bands were, like, really hot when I was growing up. Like, you're talking about, like, the Backstreet Boys, and, like, there's a whole bunch of other bands that I'm having those Bop kids. Do you guys know who I'm talking about? Please don't make me sing it. Those three brothers that did the Bop song, like, I grew up with that, but I knew they were dudes. So, yeah, so that's why I was like, there's no fucking way that's a good, because I literally grew up with a bunch of young boys singing songs, and I could still tell that they were male. And I'm sorry if that description of how he sings made y'all cringe, because that was the only way I could think of. Like, he had to physically shrink his testicles to get just, there's no way nobody hasn't heard this before, but I mean, I don't understand how he could possibly produce that kind of, like, opera singer octave. I'm getting so distracted I can't get to the fucking dahak. I'm sorry. Oh. I just oh my god, oh my god, oh my god, oh my god. Sorry, I need to go. I don't actually need to go to the dahak. I need to go to the little mini boat. So this is what happens when you distract me by you talking about siren singing and shit. Oh my god. You almost made. Oh, what made you hold back, True Light? What are we holding back now? Shit. Why hold back now? Okay, never mind. Just kidding. If it was bad enough you had to hold back, maybe we shouldn't be asking for it. I feel regret setting in. I mean, to be fair, what I said about him was nothing compared to what other people said. Oops, I didn't even talk to her. Excuse me. There. I mean, I don't hate the man either. I think so. I mean, this happens with all singers, though. Singers have, like... I know, like, all famous people have, like, fanatics, but singers in particular, I think their fans are extra nutty, if that makes any sense. I didn't think his singing was that great, but that's just me personally. It wasn't horrible either, though. There's some people, like, I legit think their singing is horrible, and I don't understand how they became popular, because even my singing is better than that, and that's really saying something, okay? But I don't know, maybe I'm just... I thought he was Christian to begin with. Am I saying something? Oh, maybe that was later. I don't pay attention to his life, so... He did go through that period where he got that fame, and then he started... well, he started doing what a lot of other people do when they get famous, and he started using drugs and shit, I think. If I'm thinking the right person, but it's very common. Drugs and did it. Well... Well, I mean, like I said, so the thing about fame is, right? Fame is not really what corrupts you. That corruption is always inside of you. It's just the fame brings it out and makes it okay from a societal perspective, right? And unfortunately, the average person, you give them fame, a lot of them would have turned out the same way. I mean, let's be real. So, but a lot of people think, oh, people change because of the fame, and that's actually not true, because if that were the case, then every damn famous person would make the same choices, right? And that's not the case. The vast majority of them do, but there are still people that even once they become famous, they are still true to their moral values and stuff, right? It doesn't corrupt, like, quote-unquote, corrupt them. They are the same person, they just well-known at that point. Well, that's why I say, you mentioned this before about power corrupting. That only works if you don't have integrity, true. Like, people who have integrity who gain power, they don't get corrupted. But again, how many people have integrity, right? So... Leave ref. Okay. Yeah, that's true. That's true, truly. But again, that whether people have integrity or not, that's actually not determined by the fame part. It's not like fame gives you integrity, but fame also doesn't take your integrity away. That's something that's actually a separate issue that you can control, which is good because most of us are not going to be famous, right? So that means you can have your integrity and not be famous. Realistic Wolverine claws. My nails are not that long, okay? Well, see, that's the thing. A lot of people in society wear masks, right? And this is not necessarily a good thing or a bad thing, but they're not their true themselves, right? Because they feel like they can't be without being judged. But once you're famous, right, people give you a pass, excuse me. They give you a pass. So, if the person was being themselves to begin with and then they become famous, the fame in theory should not corrupt them. But if they were kind of just blending in for the sake of blending in, then you're going to see a difference, right? And this is not just with fame either. This has to do a lot with the relationships. A lot of relationships have this problem too, right? You date a person and you're like, hey, we have a lot in common, right? We're really bonding. But then you actually get more, or the longer you know them, or heaven forbid you marry them, and they switch, right? And they're like, oh, this is not the person that I was dating. And the reason why is because you were not seeing the real them, is the problem. They were hiding it. So, for one reason or the other, right? Because there's a lot of different reasons why people do that, but it's the same thing. And that's much more common than, you know, striking fame and all that shit. I mean, so the other thing with singers is a lot of them become famous when they're really, 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 really young, and this happens with athletes too, actually, right? Like, when you're 18, you're a damn kid, okay? You don't know what the fuck you're doing, so you don't know what to do with all this. All of a sudden, right, your lifestyle completely changes. And like I said, you know, you gotta be, like, real, like, true to yourself. They don't even know who they are at that point, so of course a lot of them get derailed. In fact, I'm trying to think of a single child artist that made it famous, and they didn't get fucked up somehow, because they just weren't ready. Like, they didn't even know who they were, and then all of a sudden this life just, like, popped up in front of them, and of course it changed them, because they didn't know who they were to begin with. You're gonna change if you don't know who you are. Right? Sir, I'm just saying, your past relationships in particular are very, very, let's just say they were very enlightening and leave it at that, okay? Famous from OnlyFans. Okay, that's a form of fame, sir. Fame takes many forms, alright? Alright, so I'm in the prison. How long is this prison? Oh, I have to go to the dwarf camp. See, this is why this game is so long. So they'll be like, okay, so you need to go into the prison, right? Going into the prison is like a 3-step process. So I have to go to the dwarf camp first, and then I have to go through a mine, and then I go to the prison. This is why the game is long. And plus, I'm getting distracted. I'm not denying that I am making the game longer because of the way I'm streaming, but I'm just saying the game itself is also designed that way. Oh shit, hold on. Okay, here we go. Oh god. Okay, let me see. Where's the next fucking... Straight ahead. Looky there! feel like where he parked is not a good place to drop us off, but what do I know? That's a lot of people on the dock. We're just peeking. Yeah, the long way. This game is all about the long way around. Parasites aren't a bug, right? So you think she's a Street Fighter ripoff? Maybe in the appearance, but her personality I don't think is a ripoff, but I'm not super familiar with the I'm not super familiar with the Street Fighter lore, not gonna lie. So, parasites aren't a bug. So, there's different types of parasites. So, most of the ones that I can think of, they would be considered, like, the vast majority of them tend to be worms. They're not all worms, but a lot of them are worms. If I'm not mistaken, worms are considered bugs. Now, I don't know from a biological perspective if you'd lump them in with the bugs. Well, so when people think bugs, they think of a multi-legged creature with a hard shell exoskeleton thing. So that technically worms would not fall in that category, would they? You know, we need to talk to, what is an etymologist? I don't know if that's the right word. Sherry. I mean, she's pink. A lot of worms are pink. Computer bugs. Oh, computer bugs are completely different. That's not my area. I don't know about computers. I know people who know about computers, though. You can ask them. But it's not a bug, Warlord, though. It's never a bug, right? It's a feature. Isn't that how it always is? Okay, so she's better than Sakura, okay? Because at least she picked a guy that gave a semi-damn about her. He didn't bang her and then leave her for the little kid for 12 years either, okay? Well, Sharia's hair is like kind of like a bright pink, and Sakura kind of got like the baby pink. But yeah, they're both pink. No. See, Sakura's love, this is based on nothing. I mean, so yeah, to be fair, Sakura couldn't because Sasuke would have freaking beat the shit. That's how bad their relationship was. Sakura was desperate as hell, that's why. Wait, what? Oh god, Ron, you're gonna have to reword that. I don't even understand the question. I literally don't understand the question, Ron. You're gonna have to reword that. No, but I'm just saying, like, Sakura, that love was all in her head, and I mean that very, very literally. I saw a gay guy join female league, what? Oh, are you asking me if... Wait, I'm not sure if I'm understanding your question correctly, Ron. Are you asking me if homosexual people should be able to compete on the opposite sex's team? Like in sports? Is that what you're asking me? I'm trying to understand the question. It's got a little too much work. Okay, like I said, it was either Sharia or it was Pascal, okay? She does come around later, okay, True Light. The thing is, I haven't seen all of Naruto, so I can't actually tell you if does Sakura get better after like 300 episodes? And that's like literally like halfway through Naruto, right? Isn't Naruto like 500 episodes? So at least give her 300 episodes for character development, okay? No. So, if you have a guy who identifies as a female, that's not a gay guy. That's a trans female. So that's why I was getting confused. I'm like, what does being gay have anything to do with it? I don't know a single gay guy who's trying to join the female team. Okay, you're talking about a trans person. That's what you're saying, though, right? Like, a person who is biologically born as a male but identifies as female, and you're talking about this person competing on a female team in a sport, right? Am I getting? I'm just trying to understand the situation. I'm not even weighing in at this point. Sakura gets worse. How does she get worse? Does she? I'm not talking about from the ninja perspective, True Light. I'm not judging her as a ninja. I'm talking about, like, so she starts off the series as being, like, super clingy and one-sided love towards Sasuke, even though he's being a complete dickwad to her. You saying it gets worse from there? Weightlifting. So, I mean, this is my personal opinion on this, and again, I'm not really familiar with, like, I'm not a big sports competitor, okay? But from my perspective, this would be the most fair for all parties involved, and this is just my opinion, again. I haven't given this a ton of thought, so I might need to revise this in the future, but you're talking about how trans athletes participate in sports. Is that what you're asking me about, Ron? Okay, so my personal opinion is, and this is kind of discriminatory, but I'm going to try to explain it the best that I can from a logical perspective. And again, I'm going for fairness for all parties is the thing I'm going for, right? Because that's what sports is about. The sports competition needs to be fair, otherwise the results are invalid, right? If I'm using illegal drugs to win the record, that doesn't mean I'm better than y'all. That means I fucking cheated, right? I had the advantage. So everything needs to be fair, right? So that's the basis for my opinion. I should say my opinion. This is my opinion. If the trans athlete is male to female, I think that gives them an unfair advantage in most sports categories. Like all the ones that I can think of off the top of my head. Okay? And this gets a little complicated because it also depends on when they started. Like, it depends on if they're undergoing hormone therapy, if they've had any surgical procedures done, right? There's a lot of different factors going on because just because you're trans doesn't necessarily... There's a lot of people who are trans and they had nothing done. They have no hormones or nothing, right? So, as you guys probably know, there's a reason why men's sports and women's sports are typically divided in the first place, and it's because men... in general, not always, in general, though, tend to have the advantage in sports because you guys have more muscle mass and crap, right? I mean, again, I'm generalizing here. I know there's exceptions, all right? But in general. So, if you have a person who is biologically born a man, and he still has the muscle mass of a man, even though that person identifies as a female, that does technically give him an advantage in sports. Now, if it's the other way around... like say a trans female to male, that advantage tends to disappear, right? Because again, usually men have the advantage in sports. Like usually, y'all don't barbecue me over the exceptions. So in that case, which actually I don't think that's ever been an issue. It's always been the male to female trans people that get attacked. I've almost never heard of a female to male trans getting attacked for competing in the sports, because they're actually at a disadvantage in that point, right? So, I do think it gives them an unfair, sorry, going back to the trans, the trans females, right? I do think they have an unfair advantage in sports. However, I don't have a good solution for that, to be honest. Again, I don't know much about how sports in general are regulated, and I think it also depends on the sport. But I also don't think I think y'all are making a fucking mountain out of a molehill, a mountain out of an anthill, too. Because how many trans athletes are there just in general, okay? Right? You guys made, like, I'm just bringing this up because the election actually was affected by this, and honest to God, it affects such a small percentage of the population. I understand it can be frustrating if you're actually an athlete competing against this, because, again, there is a bit of a disadvantage there, or an advantage depending on which party you're talking about, right? But, again, if it's not directly affecting you, I don't know. But, again, I don't have a good solution for that either, because I don't know much about how sports are regulated in general, so I can't give a solution to it. I do think it's a problem. I don't think it's as big of a problem as you guys. I say you guys. That makes it sound like I'm attacking us. But I don't think it's as big of a problem as the general population has been making it out to be, though, okay? Like, you didn't have to revolve national policy over this. This is something that the sports, like the NCAA or whatever the sports organizations could have figured out on their own. They really didn't need to throw politics into this, is what I'm saying, okay? So, I'm just saying, right? You asked my opinion. I don't really have a clear understanding of how it works in the first place, so I can't really weigh in on it. But it is an issue. I'll admit there's an issue, but is it as big of an issue that you gotta throw everyone in the nation into it? No, it's not. Ideally, yes, if they could have their own category, that would be great, but it's not very feasible. So the problem is, like I said, how many transgender athletes are there? Period. Like, I'm not even talking about just in wrestling. How many of their total, right? Because they make up a very small proportion of the population in general, right? So making their own category would be a little bit impractical. I mean, let's just be honest, right? So let me give you an example, right? That's like saying, hey, we're going to start a new category of athletes for people named Esther. Everyone named Esther, you go on this special little group over here, okay? Like, how many freaking people does that actually affect, right? Like, let's be honest. And I'm talking about, actually, I bet you there are more athletes named Esther than there are transgender athletes. Okay, so that's what I'm saying. Like, it's not, in theory, it would be the fairest thing, but in practice, they can't do it. So they would have to come up with something else. This is my personal opinion. I'm not sure what's going on. Like, you said that he claimed the victory in there, or she claimed the victory with the weight limit thingy, but I mean, again, if she's like flaunting, like, hey, I took first praise and stuff, I wouldn't do that, because clearly, like I said, there is a little bit of a fairness debate there, right? But if you're just complaining because she won in the first place, that's different. It kind of depends on how she's reacting to the situation, do you see? But again, I don't have a solution for it either. Because, no, like I said, it's a matter of fairness, right? You have to be fair to everyone. And I don't have a solution that I can think of right now that would be fair to everyone, that is actually practical. Like I said, you could make another category, but again, there's not enough trans athletes to put, they would literally be competing against themselves, basically, and they win by default, which, that's kind of stupid. True Light. Okay, you said a lot of women got hurt by trans men. let me ask you something. How many women do you think have been hurt by non-trans men, okay? If you're gonna play the numbers game, don't bring that up. You're gonna lose that one. Well, I haven't, like I said, I haven't seen her video, okay? I know you're like, I know you think he's a dude, but I haven't seen her video. Clearly, if he was a dude, we wouldn't be having this argument in the first place. But again, like, I'm not saying it's not a problem, but you guys make it seem like a really big problem, like you're actually one of the athletes that's competing. And again, this should have stayed out of politics. There was absolutely no reason for politics to be brought into this. But no, I haven't seen the video, and I actually didn't know what you were talking about at first. I think I had heard about it, but I didn't know it was for wrestling. No, I just said mom. Oh shit. This is how tired I am. I'm favoring equality, Ron. See, this is where you go back to, like, equality, right? This is what equality means. It means that we all have the same... I'm not favoring one side or the other. We all have the same opportunities. That's what actual equality is, okay? I'm not taking a side, right? But just like we have rights, so do trans people, because we're all people. I have mentioned this before, okay? So, it's not me being biased. Like I said, I don't have a good solution, and I did admit that they do have a physical advantage in most sports. Not all sports, by the way. Sometimes females have the advantage in certain sports categories, but I'm just saying in general, right? It's about fairness. But again, you are, you're saying that I'm like, oh yeah, he should be, if I was favoring the trans person automatically just because they were trans, right? Just for the sake of supporting trans people, I'd be like, oh yeah, she should be able to compete with the women, right? That would be me being biased. Like I said, I don't have a good solution. I have no idea how to fix this. I'm not that smart. But I do recognize that it's an issue. Again, not as big of an issue as y'all make it out to be, though. Like, some people, like, the way they argue this, they literally act like they were in the competition themselves. Okay, like, if you were competing in the competition, okay, I'm gonna give your opinion a little more weight because you have an insider perspective. But, like, we're all sitting here watching from the outside. None of us were at this weightlifting event, right? Like, don't tell me, like, you were sitting there, right? Well, the thing is, right now, Ron, the current system doesn't have a solution either. That's the problem, right? But that doesn't mean they're favoring the trans person. It's just right now we don't know what to do. This is kind of a new situation, right? So they're doing what is logical. It might not be the ideal solution. It might not be the correct solution, but what else do you propose they do? Again, you can't put them in their own you can't have them competing by themselves. That's dumb as fuck, too. Like, what's the point? Let's just put everyone in a separate category, right? I mean, I don't... Like I said, you kind of taken this, like, really personally for, like, a dude. And again, like, if you were the actual athletes that they were competing against her, like I said, I would kind of understand, but you're not, so I don't understand why you're getting this upset. And, like, I hate to play this card, but life's not fair, y'all. Like, we try to be fair, even if we all try to be as fair as fucking possible, life's just not fair in general. So there's always going to be inequality no matter how much we fight against it. That doesn't mean it's like we shouldn't even try, but it's always going to be there, okay? There's inequality among women, okay? I mean, that's the reason why sports exist in the first place. If we all had the same, like, literally the same physical prowess, sports would be meaningless because we would all compete at the same level. No, but logical in this case, true light, again, is not practical. If you're having a competition, but you're the only person in that category, you're not competing against anyone, you're competing against yourself, which you normally would do that anyway, but I'm just saying, what's the point of having its own category? And again, how do you set it up? Like, how do you define the new category, right? Because that gets a little sticky right there. Because like I mentioned before, not all trans people are doing hormone therapy and have surgeries, right? Some of them do, some of them don't. Some of them get it earlier, some of them get it later. This gets really, really complicated. And again, like, there's not an easy solution to this. I mean, so I don't know how they would do the handicap run, but yes, that would actually be possibly a solution to this. But again, I'm not sure how they would implement. I don't know shit about weightlifting, by the way. Now, I understand that, Ron, but I'm just saying, when you're talking about this, like, you sound like you're taking it really, really, really personally. So, if you have a point, that's fine, but, like, try to express it in a way that's not so, like, you're like, can you imagine how fucking mad you'd be if you got beaten by a trans woman? Like, you're not in that situation. It's okay, calm down, right? I understand that there's like I said, I acknowledge that there's an issue. I don't know how to fix it, though. Well, the genderless sport thing, again, like, see, that's going in the opposite direction. You're like, oh, well, nothing's fair, fuck it, let's just all throw us all together, right? And no offense, but just for practicality purposes, that ain't working. I ain't changing in the same locker room as y'all, alright? I know some of y'all are gentlemen, but some of y'all are not. There's some things that should be separated, okay? I mean, personally, again, I haven't seen the video. I don't know anything about this trans person, so I'm not judging her, okay? But, you know, basically you're saying that it's her fault for wanting to compete as a female. And that's not really, like, a valid argument, because that's, like, to me that sounds like it's a little bit unfair, because you're not giving the system enough time to adjust to this situation, right? Nobody was like, hey, this is the perfect situation, we're just gonna plop it right here. It's a work in progress, y'all. You need to give it a little bit of time to adjust. Sympathy for who, True Light? Are you talking about empathy or sympathy? Because those are actually two different things. No, like I said, I'm not being pro-trans either. If I was being pro-trans and I'm just siding with the trans person, I would just be like, well, fuck it. He identifies as a woman. He should be able to compete as a woman. Or she should be able to compete as a woman. That's pro-trans. That's literally, like, I'm literally taking his side because he's trans. I'm trying to be fair for everyone, again, but I don't have a solution. Because I don't have a solution doesn't mean my view is invalid. It's just, I don't have a solution. Like, I literally just found out about this like 10 minutes ago. How am I supposed to fix this? Nobody's asking me, by the way, anyway. It's not like, hey, yo, streamer, how do you fix this problem? It's not an easy thing to fix. But again, putting her in her own category is not really working either. Because, like, let's just be real. Other people are gonna be like, well, I'm short. Put me in my own category. Oh, I'm Asian, put me in my own category. What's going to stop people from just splitting into their own category so they just automatically win, right? So you gotta have a practical, it needs to be logical, fair, and actually implementable, and that's a very difficult combination. That's not something that you can just, like, pop out of your ass, okay? Somebody who says that's easy to fix, they haven't thought it through. And the reason why I keep saying you're biased, Ron, is you keep referring to her as a man. That's why I say you're biased. So to me, you're the one who's being biased. Like, that's my perspective, okay? Okay, so body parts, by the way, that's not a good way to check it, by the way. There's a lot of people who are biologically male and they look female, sir. In fact, there's a lot of that going on, and it has nothing to do with being trans. It's just, those are XXY people, or XXXY, or XYYs. You don't want to get into that, okay? Bias by definition is not logical, though. That's the problem. True light. Bias is literally the antithesis of being logical. I mean, like I said, he's getting, like, really into this. This is why I'm wondering. Like, you tell me that he's being logical and non-biased, but he's really pushing this. And I don't even know how this came up. You have a bias against killers. Why are you biased against them? Why do you consider it a bias? No, but explain your bias against them. I don't think we have the same definition of a bias, is what I'm getting at. Hi DJ Kata. I'm glad you're having fun with the English patch. I hope the guides help. I know they're, like, really bad quality and they're old, but I'm assuming you're watching the ones mostly on the battle system. You will mostly understand the battle system. I did make a couple mistakes here and there, but for the most part, it should make sense afterwards. I'm sorry, you're gonna have to pause the videos. Back then I had time limits and editing issues, but I hope they help. Bias is when... Okay, so there's a couple different ways that people can look at bias. But bias is when you have your view of something, okay, a subject, is skewed due to information that is not based on facts. Okay, so how do I give you... That's the best way I can summarize it in a shell. That's not the only way to look at bias, but that's like the most common definition. So, for instance, I'm going to need to pick something that's not controversial here. Okay, I have to pick something that's kind of ridiculously non-controversial so it doesn't like trigger somebody, because again, bias can trigger your opinion like a lot. Okay, so say growing up, okay, every person who was wearing a red shirt would hit me. I'm literally pulling something out my ass. So no, I'm not gonna watch the... First off, I'm streaming right now. I'm not gonna watch the video. Second off, I would have to watch the video multiple times and then also do some research on top of it. I'm not gonna base my opinion on one video because, again, that's not enough information for me to work on. So, and again, it's not that big of a deal for me. Like, not this big of a deal. Like, I literally wouldn't be bringing this up in somebody's stream just for the hell of it. But, I mean, I'm just saying, whatever. So, say, growing up, every person who wore a red shirt smacked me, okay? So then, I naturally just started hating people who were wearing red shirts, right? Even though like, that was my experience growing up, but logically, there's no reason for me to hate red shirts, okay? It just so happened that the people who smacked... There were probably people who smacked me that were not wearing red shirts either, but I just happened to notice the red shirts part. So I ended up having a bias against red shirts. And this is, like, the worst time for people to be coming in here. But anyway, I'm assuming some of these people came, like, streams are ending and they're being bumped in here, because that's usually what happens. Hopefully these people are asleep, because I'm going on a really random tangent now. So that's what I mean by a form of bias, right? The feelings the feelings that I have towards red shirts is actually not based on anything solid. It's just something that my brain happened to notice, okay? Okay, I had to pick something ridiculous, okay? Otherwise, people, if I mention something that people actually have a bias against, then the point doesn't get across. But do you see what I'm saying? But a lot of people are also like that. I know, I picked something purposely ridiculous, right? But a lot of people are like that, though, when they have these opinions about stuff, especially when it's really strong like that, but then they can't actually explain it. It's because there's bias involved. And again, it's very difficult to eliminate all bias, because a lot of times bias is based on our own experiences, okay? Like, I'm gonna be real, we're human, right? It's not even a get canceled thing. I'm just trying to, like, when you make an example of something, it should be something that everyone can clearly see what you're making an example of, right? Sometimes people give examples of shit, and I still don't understand what the hell they're talking about, because the example is either too vague, or it's so similar to the original situation that I was comparing it to that it does not very helpful, right? So that's why I try to pick something that's, like, pretty crystal clear, like, you can kind of see where, like, I'm coming from, all right? So... But that's what I'm saying, like, I don't give a shit about getting you can't get canceled. Who's canceling me? I'm not even famous or anything. Like, what the hell? But that's what I'm saying. So, again, like, when you have a bunch of bias, depending, I mean... I'm not saying it's necessarily going to be completely illogical, but it tends to be illogical, or it tends to be something that doesn't necessarily apply to the general population, okay? I have things happen to me that seem to only happen to me, but I realize that it's something specific to me, and it doesn't seem to happen to anyone else either, okay? So that's my bias, but at least I recognize it's a bias. You know what? If they haven't fucking gotten rid of me yet, Truelight, then... I guess that's okay. I mean, like I said, this kind of falls under educational, right? But, well, again, so, Ron, like, first off, I personally don't think it's our responsibility to decide on this. I mean, it's okay if you want to have an opinion on this, but I don't have people from the NCAA be like, yo, Esther, what are we supposed to do about the transgender athletes competing? Like... First off, I don't have a solution. B, they're not asking me. C, I have no authority on that. So, my opinion on that is, like, you can have your opinion, but, like, if you're gonna get really upset about it, if you really want to do something about it, right, write to the people who, like, make the rules and be like, hey, I have a problem with the way you're doing things right now. Fix it. I mean, if it's, like I said, if it's really bothering you that badly, that's actually the best way to fix it, to get the issue addressed, right? But that's just me. Like, if I have a real problem with something and, like, there's people who are in control of that and they're supposed to be taking care of that shit, I talk to them. Just getting mad at the athlete, though, I think is unfair. I mean, like... Why did you have to pick a dog of all animals to pick on for the IQ? Dogs are actually pretty damn smart. If you said you had the IQ of a toenail clipping, yes, you have a point there. But you stop making fun of my singing, okay? If I sing and I die, that's my damn prerogative. What do I think without being... What do I think about what? I don't understand what you're asking me, Ron. It's content. Okay, now see, there's a difference between my singing being objectively good and it being content, as in it being entertaining, and you find entertainment value out of it. Those are two different things, because some people sing laughably bad, and people consider that funny, but it's not necessarily good singing. Them's difference. You enjoy the chaos. Well, this is definitely your time if you enjoy chaos. There's a shit ton of it. Okay, my voice and my singing are two different things, by the way. Neither of them are particularly of high quality, but see, the problem with my singing is I can only sing like 6 notes, like on key. I have a very small range. Those 6 notes are usually pretty good, but if it's anything outside of those 6 notes, I have to either change octaves or I have to fudge it because I don't know. Okay, so I'm supposed to be looking for treasure chest. Easter edge. Let's go. Ah, treasure. Resurrect. Oh, God. Oh, I forgot this rune is in this game. For those of you who are wondering. The rune of punishment from Suikoden V, it's not the resurrection rune, but it's like, it's like sort of, I think it's sort of related somehow in the rune tree. That's just maybe, and oh god, we have a steampunk beaver. Leave me alone, that treasure chest was really hidden, it was sneaky. I mean, I don't understand what you asked me, legit, Lauren. Like, I literally don't understand. Are you still asking me how I feel about the transgender athlete? I legit didn't quite understand what you were going for. Like, you just want to know how I feel about it? Because I told you how I feel about it. Like, I'm not one of those people I have an opinion about something when I'm not well informed about the subject. So, if you want me to be like, yes, I feel strongly about this, or no, I feel strongly about that, I can't tell you because I don't know enough about the situation. Are you talking about actually ranking him as ranking her as a female? See, I don't know about... See, I can't really answer that. If I was a fellow competitor, yes, I would feel it's unfair, but... I'm not, so... But, and the thing is, like, I actually don't know how the rankings are done. In weightlifting in particular, because I've never weightlifted. Well, I have, but not competitively. So, I can't answer that question because I don't actually know how they rank it. I don't even know, is this like a statewide competition? Nationwide? I don't even know what level of competition this is. Because if this is like freaking like in the high school competition, it's not even like the state or the district or whatever, like... to me, that's nothing. I was a pretty shitty athlete, and even I was able to score points in the state competition sometimes, so that tells you something right there. I am a tiny-ass, little 5-foot-tall... 100-pound Asian female who has, like, no athletic ability, and even I was able to fucking score points at state sometimes, so... For the record, I would compete in cross-country and track and field. So... I think one time I scored in fucking cross-country, of all things. I suck at cross-country. I was running 8-minute miles, y'all. That's terrible. Terrible. And I think one year I scored because actually it had to do with a bunch of people got injured. Like, I'm not lying. A bunch of injured people got injured. That's the only reason why I scored, is because I think 2 or 3 of our top runners were injured, so they threw me in as filler because they got desperate. Actually, that's not how it works. So, you know, cross country, like, basically everyone competes in the same race at the same time. So, the more people you have in there, the better. Like, you have no loss, basically. So, I was just running, but this is like, I never freaking scored ever, okay? And I happened to score just because people that were supposed to be scoring were not actually running in the race. Or were hobbling around. Some of them were really, really injured. They were still running, but they were hobbling. Entrance of the mine. Here's a beaver. Okay, so I just go inside. Lovely. Oh, so actually, funny you should mention the asthma, Truly. I have asthma too, although it's mostly exercise-induced, but yes, I do have asthma. This is the reason why I sucked at cross-country, but I still ran it anyway because I'm a fucking masochist. How do I feel about Suikoden V? I feel like the game is getting longer and longer when I play it, and that's absolutely my fault as a streamer, but it's okay. Oh. I forgot. I forgot they're with me. Please, oh, you're not in the back. They love doing this to me. Did I save? Not save. Did I am semi-injured. I have all my magic, though, so that's good. Okay, so, hold on. It'd be nice if I could at least get to the dwarf camp, huh? There's zombie snails in here. That's great. And they poison your party. That's spectacular. It's shaped like a rough crescent. What is a rough crescent? It's kind of shaped like a crescent. I sound Canadian? Okay, Canadians, I need y'all to chime in. There's gotta be a Canadian somewhere that do I sound Canadian? That's actually a first. I've never had anyone tell me that I sound Canadian, but no, I'm Asian. I'm definitely, well, there could be Asian people who live in Canada, by the way, and they're definitely Asian Canadians, but in fact, I would argue that the native population up there is technically Asian. Oh yeah, I did cross country and track because, not gonna lie, so they were non-cut sports. I don't know if this is the same at all schools, but they were non-cut sports, and I'm just not, I have the world's worst hand-eye coordination, so, running was the most logical choice for me. Bending, yeah, inside turn right. Okay, I was like, give me the directions, please. This is why I have a fac. Head north. Push the cart. Oh, I'm getting some bad Resident Evil 7 vibes, man. You have to go on a mine in that game, and I got wrecked like 50 times in that freaking salt mine. Those little bitches were just, I would be like, oh, there's nobody here. And then I would walk like 2 feet forward and I could hear them breathing in the ceiling, and I just fucking hated those molded. Freaking hated them molded. Those little four-legged moldeds were like the ones I really hated. The fat ones were like hard to kill, but at least they were slow as fuck. No. Let me give it the log, I guess. So, question mark. I should. Do I have anything to put on girly girl? Girly, girly, girly girl. Besides the accessories. I don't think anyone's gonna hit her back there, but I have a lot of these. I thought I was having a shortage here. I was not. She has a crab rice bowl. Refined clothes. You know, it's better than what you got. Okay, that's good enough, club. Continue east. The path will start bending to the north. I'm assuming they made this way. That looked like a dead end to me. Hey! Another safe thing, even though I've moved, like, not even 3 screens. Saveaholic. Sound set. Go west. There are people in Canada who are not white, okay? I'm just saying. I do have a lot of people tell me I sound white, though. I hear that quite a lot. I don't know if it's because of my... I have a little southern twang. Oh yeah, I think you mentioned you were in the Philippines before, Ron, so I think I remember that. Is he attacking with an anchor? That is literally ship anchor. What does Lune have? What is that? What is her weapon? I could go in the... It looks like a little hammer. Oh no, just kidding. Okay, it's a spear. That's not a hammer. Okay, at least I could only see the top part. It looked like the head of a hammer. Just kidding. Asian invasion. It kind of looked like a... I'm not gonna lie, that looked like a hammer. I'm also kind of fucking blind, though, in a typical... Little... So, you know, funny you should mention... This is kind of random, but going back to my voice, so somebody once told me I would be a great candidate for bad lip sync. I don't know if they still do those anymore. I probably shouldn't, though. All my subconscious weird-ass thoughts gonna come out. Okay, mining cart. Turn northeast at the intersection for a Mother Earth piece. You know, this game, it wasn't good enough that they just give you the roads. Now you gotta put the little things together. Turn west now, go south. Are they mean south this way or... Oh, God. This encounter, right? Yeah, I was about to say... I mean, I know they have to come up with all these different weapons, but the anchor is definitely... It's up there. So, I don't know if you guys have played or are familiar with the Shadow Hearts series, but there's always a character that uses a goofy-ass weapon. Did she go into rage mode because I'm poisoned? I'm not gonna die. I'm not critical either. She's very protective of the prince. Which makes sense. But yeah, there's always a character in the Shadow Hearts game that has a really goofy-ass weapon. Brain fart. Okay, antitoxin. Oh my god. Esther. Okay. So what happens when my coffee wears off? I could eat gummy bears, but I really shouldn't. I shouldn't. Okay, I'm gonna give in and eat a little bit, but... No. You cannot force singing. Singing must be natural. Be natural, otherwise the soul doesn't come out, okay? Nobody likes fake singing. I don't have any rush right now. It's upstairs, I'm not going up there for that. I'm not sure if I'm going the right way. I think I'm going the right way, but... I think. You're making fun of my rights, man. You don't want it, that's fine. More for me. Damn it. Oh, yo, that laugh. That laugh caught me off guard. Oh, shit. So I don't know if you guys know, but I have the English voice acting on right now. So that was the English voice actor right there. Oh my god. If I did this right, I should be at the dwarf camp. If not, then I'm lost again. Oh, here you go, zombie snails. I was looking for you, little bitches. They're literally zombie snails. I'm supposed to be using their co-op, but oh, he double attacked. You know, actually, What is your co-op attack? Ah, here you go. That actually works pretty well. Not, well, okay, it would have helped better if I'd done that in the beginning, but... Oh. Definitely works better when you actually have a row, but... I'm just saying, if that anchor is made out of I almost said wood. If that anchor is made out of wood, then he is mad strong. It's just he's got the brains of a zombie snail. That I mean, if it hits a whole row, it's not bad. But you know, against one person, obviously not one. Excuse me, not one person. One zombie snail. I guess one zombie snail. It's not very good. They have fake stars in here. So, I'm not sure if you would consider Asbel, like, actually dumb. I think he falls more in the naive category, which I don't consider those the same thing. He, for the most part, makes sound, like, in-game decisions. I'm not talking about his choice in partner. Okay, I know you're gonna... I know you're gonna rag on his romantic interests, but I'm talking about, like, he had some... Like, they were talking about, like, when he was trying to help Lant out with the Fendel invasion. He had a good idea about flanking him. It didn't work out, but he had a good idea without that. And he makes good other decisions. He just has a soft spot for the pink hair, okay? His emotional intelligence is low, okay? This is different. They're all... Damn, she said they're all kids. There's something else. Hey, Ma, there's a bunch of short people in here. Oh, sorry, Pa. I mean, you guys literally have beavers, like walking, talking beavers that are running around. I don't understand why dwarves are such a foreign concept. They are human moles. Log's got a point. I would hang out with the dwarves instead, too. Ooh, a green one. I like the green ones. Yeah, see, this is what I mean. This is what I mean by bias. True Light is biased against Sherry. Okay. It's okay. Mostly. Oh, see, my worst nightmare is that one day the Sharia fan's gonna come in here, True Light, and then I'm just gonna have to deal with the two of you trying to kill each other. Sorry. Ugh. Well, I'm not sure what you mean by far more than Sharia. Like I said, I didn't actually watch Naruto, so... I did get 100 episodes of Sakura, though. Like, I think that was enough. I only have so much tolerance. Okay. But as a healer, Sharia is invaluable. I think most people would have a very, very difficult time getting through, especially Graces. Graces is actually kind of a hard game. Like, compared to most RPGs, it's pretty hard. I think most people would not be able to get through it without Sharia as a playable character, like in battle. I'm not talking about her personality, okay? Okay. Well, didn't she have a de-aging? Well, she learned from, oh god, what is that lady's name? Tsunade? Did I get her name right? The frog sage's, like, classmate lady thing. So, that was the worst description ever. I don't know these people's names, okay? So, anyway, didn't she have a way of, like, basically stopping the aging process? So presumably she taught that to Sakura, right? Because didn't Sakura train under her? Because that was what was happening when I, like, stopped caring about the series. Oh, you're saying Sasuke lucky because his wife looks young. Okay, well, you know. It obviously wasn't enough because he still ditched her with a 12-year-old. I like, oh, okay, you have Hubert and Sophie. I gotcha. Speaking of Hubert, I'm having fun leveling him up right now. Because, like, I spent so much time grinding the other characters that Hubert's, like, really far behind, so I'm trying to unlock all his titles. I'm getting there. I'm not making y'all watch that shit, but... You're gonna notice I have a lot more playtime on there. It's alright, whatever. He's still... Yeah, be fair. He could have just found a woman he actually gave a damn about and would have stayed and helped raise the child for you, know, I'm just saying. Just saying, alright? I don't understand the pairing logic for that, but I mean, like I said, I think mangaka was just like fuck this couple in particular. Oh, Cornelia. Oh, Luna has a fire rune. I'm stealing that bitch. Where's the where's the rune master? She does not need that. Oh, look, this is a smart dog right here. Good boy or girl. Guard that shit. Good puppers. Bestest puppers. Okay, so that's the route. Hold on, let me get these chests because otherwise I'm gonna forget. You don't want that. It's not even a dungeon. This is a town. Okay, well, yeah, again, you tell me exactly. So, like I said, I watched about 100 episodes. Okay, and the part that I saw. Is it Orochimaru? So Snake Dude basically was like, haha Sasuke, I've got sparklies for you over here, come to the dark side. So Sasuke's like, aha, hell yeah. So he he runs off and they have a bromance. I'm kidding, I don't know what the hell they were doing. And then Naruto's like, I need to get better, so Frog Dude. And then Sakura ends up under Tsunade, I don't even remember, the new Hokage, that lady. And then, that's all I remember after that. So, that's where I got to in the storyline, okay? So, you tell me what happened, so, obviously Sasuke didn't go full bitch mode, because... So I know he eventually finds out the truth about what happened to his family, which I actually don't know what the truth is, but it's not what he was told or what he thinks. But he didn't die either because he lived long enough to bang Sakura and have a kid with. This is the worst summary ever. So, the thing I really like about Tales of Graces in particular, they made it to where you can just have a shit ton of moves. Like, in the standard... Oh yeah, I forgot this guy's... This is the guy you actually recruit. In most Tales games, like, even if you set the shortcuts, right, you can only have a maximum of, like, what? I mean, I haven't played some of the newer ones, but like in general, you can only really have like 8, maybe 12 moveset. Like in terms of arts. So 8 to 12 max, right? But in Graces, because of the way they did the A art tree, it's really unique. So you actually have access to, I'm trying to math here, 1, 2, so 4. So you have access to, what is it, 12, 13? Well, I don't, the first, the 1 CC attack is basically a swing, so I don't know if you count that, but you basically have access to 12 arts just based on the A tree. The A art tree, and then the B arts you can set 4 more, and then you can set 4 more additional shortcuts too, if I'm not mistaken. So you have so many more arts that you have at your disposal, and they incorporated a lot of the arts into there. So there's a lot more art variety, is what I'm saying. I could have just instead of rambling, I could have just said that. But you get a lot more art variety in Graces than you do in any other. And again, this is for all the. Well, sorry. Okay, sorry. Your mage characters only get 9 actual distinctive A arts. But again, that's a lot, right? So I like how they did that. It's a little bit confusing to learn, but I thought that was a very clever way to get all those moves in there. And Asbel has Asbel. So Huber got more of like the traditional sword art moves, but Asbel's got some pretty sick ones too. But that was just like a naming nightmare, because for those of you who track the arts in Tales series, man, like it's a mess. But alright, I thought that was a real clever way to handle it. As far as I know, I don't think any of the newer games have copied that A art skill tree thing. I don't think. Well, I know Sasuke basically, at least as far as I'm aware, he's trying to avenge his family because he thinks that his brother just, like, murdered everyone for no damn reason. I don't actually know what the reason is, but I know that he's not right either. And his brother did it for the good of the village, but again, I don't know exactly the details. But clearly he doesn't go completely dark bitch ass either, because you think he would be dead by the end of Naruto, or they would have kicked his ass out of the village, so he's just a wife beater instead. I'm kidding. When they're adults. Oh, hold on. Assemble them. Do I have enough of these? Oh, I think I put them in storage because I'm an idiot. Okay, I didn't need those anyway. Lynn, you do not need this. I'm stealing this from you. Mine. You know, for now, we're swapping this. Oh, wait. Wait a minute. No. Just kidding. We're swapping this. Watch me regret this later. It's okay. Okay, so I need to go back to the inn area and then climb the... Wait, climb this ladder? Which ladder? This ladder? Is this the right ladder? I have to ask these people. Leave. Okay, no, because I'm supposed to pick somebody up. Just kidding. I think that's the way to actually get out, but I need to talk to somebody else first. Every new one has a tree. Okay, because I played Exilia, but I don't remember there being a tree in that one, but I could just be remembering wrong. Yeah, because I think they did it. So I didn't get very far in Vesperia, but maybe I haven't gotten to that part. But apparently, it's not quite a. It's done a little bit different, right? Okay, now, so they better not have that fucking shit like in DBZ where like everyone dies and then comes back and then dies and comes back. Like, you're not dead if you can keep bringing them back, okay? Like, seriously, Goku died like literally like 4 times. I'm not even kidding. Spoiler alert. Jesus Christ.
Hey! Gunny! Are you here?
He braided his beard.
Call me Gunny.
It's kind of cute. I have been, speaking of bias, I have a bunch of green gummies left because I ate all the other colors first. Haha. Now, like I said, I haven't even beat Vesperia. I keep starting it, but then I don't finish, so I can't comment on the battle system right now because I don't have an experience with it. That being said, my Estelle must be the stupidest Estelle on the planet because I constantly have to tell her to heal, and even when I put it on a shortcut, sometimes she still doesn't fucking do it, so I don't know if I'm doing something wrong or if she's just programmed that way. Like, I don't know if you get a better healer later, because I was under the impression Estelle was supposed to be your main healer. But I don't know. Maybe I need to... Again, maybe I have her strategy set wrong or her tactics set wrong, but I cannot get her to heal when I actually need her to. It's pissing me off. Who are all these humans? A legit question. Well, so, I mean, like I said, I've only played about, it was probably the equivalent of like, so I played to the part where, like, I guess it's, like, I think it's right before you get Raven. So that's not very far in the game. But I swear to God, Estelle will not heal when I need her to. It pisses me off. I shouldn't have to manually tell her how to do it, and sometimes even if I'm sitting there spamming the shortcut, she still won't fucking do it, so again, I don't know, like... Oh, so she's basically Chaos. She's like Chaos, except dumber. I need a... See, why... I don't even need her to heal everyone at this point. I want her to heal the person who is half dead and is being backed into a corner by a mob of monsters, okay? Especially when I told her to heal when I'm half dead. Instead, she sometimes sits there and tries to throw hammers and shit at them. I'm like, that's not what I asked you to do, lady. You could go Picohan when I'm not half dead. Or even worse, sometimes she just goes into suicide mode. And she's like, I'm not a healer, I'm a knight! I'm like, no you're not, lady. You have a sword, but you're not a knight. I did end up turning the hammer off, but then I noticed she started doing some other weird shit once I turned that off. Because I swear to God, she's like, oh, you're not gonna let me have the hammer? Well, bitch, I'm gonna do something else. Just to make you mad. I swear the AI has an attitude sometimes in that game. She is not a knight. She is a pampered princess thing. No, she's not actually a princess, but she's a pampered noble-y thing. Okay? Huh? Damn, he just got called out. You ain't friends with the prince. Why I gotta wait till the late game, okay? See, that's what I'm saying. If you have something good going, why are you gonna make me suffer for like 10 hours, 20 hours, 40 hours, 100 hours? Same thing with anime. Don't make me suffer for like 50 episodes before you start having a damn plot and I actually care, okay? I'm not gonna give you 50 fucking episodes most of the time. Naruto's lucky I gave it 100 episodes. I must have been really damn bored because I normally if you can't get my attention within 10 episodes, and sometimes to some series I should cut it real short. I'll cut it like 3 episodes. If you don't give me no damn reason to watch, I ain't gonna watch, okay? And I realize I'm being slightly hypocritical here because I'm taking this like 60-hour game and I'm making it like 400 hours because I'm blabbing and bitching. I got it. I recognize, I acknowledge my own hypocrisy, but I'm also not getting I'm also not getting paid by the episode, okay? I don't know, I got to the part where you put, so this was bothering me last time, somebody asked me about this. I played to the part, so I played it on Xbox 360 when it originally came out in English. I played in the part where you have to get the Ribgaro. So I did this because Tales of Rebirth, because I'm a fucking idiot. So I wanted to know how they localize it, because that term actually shows up in Rebirth. That's the freaking unicorn thing that you have to hunt down to heal the people of Animacanal, or I'm just butchered the name. I should know this. I fucking translated this. Anyway, that city that needs the antidote, you have to get the unicorn horn and slay a bunch of innocent animals or whatever for that. So the same thing appears in Vesperia. So I was just low key interested like how they localize it, and I did actually have an Xbox 360 at the time. So I was just like, fuck it. But I only played to that point, and then after that I didn't really play it because I didn't like the controller of the Xbox 360. It sounds like a really dumb excuse, but you know what? At least I'm honest. I have really small hands, and that thing is like the size of my head, okay? Like... So, I tried. And I'm kind of glad I didn't play it on 360 because... obviously, that wasn't even the definitive version, so... Oh, genetics at work. Oh, yeah! Yeah, they had to do each cell individually, Ron. That's why those, like, sometimes every once in a while you'll see people, like, sell off, like, the cells that they actually hand drew, and... yeah, you imagine having them draw, like, hundreds or thousands of those fucking pictures. It does look different, though. Like, the computer-generated stuff, like, I understand why they switched, but it's not the same. You can tell. But, you know, you gotta do what you gotta do. George Lopez. No, I have small hands and a small head. It's just the Xbox 360 controller just too damn big, okay? I'm in proportion. That controller's just fucking huge. Now, I understand that I'm not the typical demographic for an Xbox 360. I'm not an idiot. I know most of the people who buy that system are males, okay? Like, you guys typically have bigger hands, but for the love of God, like, the controller was so heavy that, like, so I normally play on a pillow, and I'm resting my hands on the pillow, right? And then I have my pinky finger and my, what do you call it? My ring, I guess it's the ring finger. I would have that underneath the controller, right? To cushion it, right? That thing was so fucking heavy. For me, at least, because, again, I have tiny-ass hands, alright? Compared to an average male. That, like, like, my two fingers would low-key get sore. Because it's like having a brick sitting on it, and, like, try playing like that for a couple hours, right? So, to me, like, it was so uncomfortable that I couldn't actually use it. Which is fine, because I don't want to play anything that's Xbox exclusive anyway. I'm not interested in Halo. But, yeah, I'm definitely not... I am not the market... the target audience for that system. Nothing, I mean, it just didn't work for me. I'm sure it's a great system, but I can't play it. So I never bothered getting an Xbox One or an Xbox S, or... I'm starting to get so fucking confused with the naming of the systems. What's the newest one now? Is it the Xbone X? Is the Xbone S? Is that the newest one? I don't even know. It probably is, but like I said, for me, functionally, I can't use the Xbox controllers. I don't think they've gotten any smaller, have they? I mean, I would literally have to get some sort of specialized controller for people with itty-bitty hands, and I don't think they make those. There's something very ergonomical about the Sony PlayStation. So, actually, I take that back. In terms of ergonomics, I actually like the GameCube controller the most, but I can see why that didn't catch on. It was such a weird shape. But a close second goes to the DualShock controllers. Now, the DualShock 5 is a little bit heavy, and it is a little bigger, but it's still got good ergonomics for me. Well, like I said, why would I emulate True Light? Like, there's nothing on the Xbox 360 that I want now that's exclusive to that system. I don't play Halo. And obviously, Vesperia got ported to... So, there's really no reason for me to emulate. Right? Because right around Xbox 360 is kind of when games started getting, like, released, like, cross-platform. So, other than Halo, I can't think of anything off the top of my head that... What are the other exclusives for Xbox 360? Because the Vesperia was one of them, but obviously that's outdated right now, so... Yeah, but there's really... By that point, the console generations are basically all had the same games. So that's all I'm like, okay. So, kind of a non-issue. It became a non-issue, is basically what it... I mean, I'm trying to think. I can't think of one off... I mean, I don't really keep up with it, but, you know, I can't even really name that many Sony exclusives off the top of my head. Because it's just, like, it's gotten to that point where games are being released on, like, all the consoles and PC. Most of them. Obviously, like, Mario and stuff doesn't, but... So I'm helping a dude that used to, help people escape. Business was booming, but I guess they stopped doing it for some reason. Freedom fighters! Well, I mean, I don't know, Ryan. Eventually, it might start kicking up, because if you start charging $80 for a Mario game, I guarantee you people are going to get tempted. That being said, I was told that Nintendo is very, very stinky about... I mean, I was basically told that, like, if you own a Nintendo console and then you try to move your games onto another console, it's like a real bitch, is what I was told. Because they're so particular about making sure that you don't acquire the games illegally. If that makes any sense. I don't know if I explained that correctly. So they almost got out of prison. You know, I think I vaguely know what you're talking about, Ron. I can't remember the exact details, but yeah, I do vaguely remember somebody getting in trouble because his name was actually Bowser. Like, not changed his name, that was actually his name. I'm not sure how that happened, but yeah. That's kind of up there with, like, McDonald's, you know, like the fast food restaurant, like going after people whose last name is, like, legit McDonald's. I'm like, dude, that's literally a Latin name. Okay, we're gonna get through this fucking plot, even if it kills me. Or the sun comes up. I didn't say I was getting it today, sir. I'm not even close either, that's the thing. So, like, you have to get Lucretia, and then I think you have to go do, like, more war battles. And then you have to do a bunch of stuff. You actually build up a good portion of your army before you get it, which they make you wait forever. Now what you did, you made me lose my spot. Okay, alright. Hell yeah, like, the Mario on PC is definitely not legit. Nintendo is very, 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 very protective of their intellectual property, and I don't blame them, but they are also a little... I think they end up screwing the legit customers sometimes because of that, because they're a little too protective. Oh my god, where is the old dude? I probably should use a different formation, but it's okay. Why be smart when you can be... Why be smart when you can be stubborn instead? Physical magic defense. Oh, I probably should have looked at this first. Okay, just kidding. Now I'm gonna rearrange, because hahaha. Alright. I forgot what... I don't think it makes a huge difference, but whatever. Fire runes, fire runes, fire runes, fire runes. There's no treasures. Okay. Generally northern direction. Ignore the first and second intersection. Continue north. Okay. Okay, so whether that depends on what you're comparing it to, True Light. The Dawn Rune is not a true rune, so it's not as powerful as like the Soul Eater. And it's mostly like supportive defensive magic. So it's a very good support rune, don't get me wrong. But it does, I think you do get it one attack spell, but it's kind of later on. But it's a matter of opinion. Definitely not a Soul Eater though. And then in Suikoden 3, you get the True Fire Rune, which can absolutely bargain. Actually, the True Thunder Rune, the True Lightning Rune is also really good. It's not as good as the True Lightning Rune, if you ask me. The Fire Rune's debatable because you can barbecue your teammates in that game, but we're not going to talk about the fucking Rune of Punishment. That doesn't exist. So I would put it on the same level as the Bright Shield Rune. If you guys like the Bright Shield Rune from Suikoden 2, it's pretty comparable to that rune. Which again is like, it's cool having an offensive, like, attacking rune on your main character, but at the same time, when you have areas when you're by yourself, or you only have, like, one other person with you, it actually helps more if you have a defensive healing rune, personally. Because healing's a little harder to come by, but it's cool having, like, you know, little winged devil things attacking for you, or whatever the hell is going on in Judgment. The Soul Eater. I'm just making stuff out of my butt because I can't remember what it looked like. It kind of looked like a bunch of gargoyles or something. Devils or demon winged thingamabars. The cave will open up a bit. Turn west, follow the path around to the north. Yeah, there's no treasure in here, so I don't have to worry about that part. Now, fuck that rune. Fuck that punishment. Fuck that game in general. We're not talking about 4. We're disowning 4. That rune really, literally doesn't stop hurting you until the very end of the goddamn game. I don't remember... Ugh, anyway, nah, bad memories. Not talking about that. I'm not talking about tactics, I'm talking about in the base 4, okay? Tactics is different. I'm assuming in tactics you get the true form of the Rune of Punishment. Because for like 99% of the game in Suikoden 4, you don't get the real form. So it's actually known as the Rune of Punishment Redemption, I think, is the full name of the rune. So you literally, so it's a true rune, but you literally don't get the full form until you get your 108 together. And like one of those, the last fucker doesn't join until the very end. So basically, you spend the entire game with an incomplete, bitchy true rune. And there's so many other true runes that are not bitchy like that, okay? Shit, I think the Dawn Rune is better than the Rune of Punishment. I mean, like the incomplete Rune of Punishment, excuse me. Sorry, I'm just gonna do auto because overall it's probably faster. Unless I miss. No, force a bitch. Not talking about 4. But you know, talking about Final Fantasy IV. I like Final Fantasy IV. Well, most strategy games, if you're I find a lot of strategy games you can solo pretty easily. There's always a way to make things like your character super. I mean, it sucks compared to what? See, I'm a little, so this is biased, okay, I admit this is biased, but Final Fantasy IV was like the first RPG that I beat by myself because I was like little. It was the first RPG I was able to beat by myself without any help from like my older brother. So I have a soft spot, and plus I have a soft spot for like the general like theme of the game. I know by today's standards it's kind of basic, but you understand. So at the time, all right, that was the first game in America. I think it was the first Final Fantasy period that had the active time battle system thing going. That was actually new. I know that strikes y'all as odd, but well, you're old. You're relatively old. That was the first game. That was the first RPG that had the active time battle thing. And then they changed the magic system because I don't know if you guys have played the original Final Fantasy 1, but the magic it's actually more like this. So you know how Suikoden, you have tiers of magic? Like you have like for instance, the prince, right now he can cast 5 level 1 spells and 3 level 2 spells. That's exactly how it was in Final Fantasy 1, to be honest. So the concept of having magic points, that wasn't new to Final Fantasy at the time, but that was the first time the US saw it. And then it actually had a unique storyline because Final Fantasy 1, again, it was basically 4 warriors go save the world with crystals. That's it. Right? Like each character actually had its own development and stuff. So there was a lot of things that it did for the first time, which again was different. Like that wasn't really a thing back then. I mean, obviously it didn't hold up. Honestly, I kind of have a soft spot for the redemption. Like, the game's kind of about redemption, right? I mean, just you look at what happens with... I call him Cecil. I know they call him Cecil, and they went to the Japanese pronunciation for some reason when they localized it. Localized the remake. But Cecil, like, goes through that redemption arc, right? And actually, Kain goes through it, too. He goes through it twice, because why not? And so does Golbez. So... that whole idea, I think, resonated a lot with me at the time. I thought it felt more like... that's one of those things I think a lot of people can kind of relate to, maybe? That little Rosa triangle thing was a little weird, but... hold on. East. Oh, just kidding. I was supposed to go west. Just kidding. That's what happens when I... You emulated since you were 5? How are you emulating at the age of 5? Are you talking about the first? So the first Final Fantasy and the first Dragon Warrior basically had the same storyline. The only difference was the number of party members. Like, it's literally the same thing. Like, I'm not even kidding. And they weren't made by the same company, by the way. This was back when they were separate. DOS emulator. Oh, God. Technologies. Oh, there's... oh, I didn't know there were, like, special battles in here. Bring it... it's a big spider. It's a pallet SWAT spider. Alright, since you decided to bother me... freaking bug. I like how the Gundy's just, like, with me.
Here we go.
Gunde? He said his name and I didn't want to pay attention. Gunny. Oh, shit. Ah! Apparently I have cursor on memory. Probably need to change that. What is that supposed to be? Did y'all see what that was? What was that supposed to be, a thumbtack? I don't understand some of the little symbols in this game. This spider dropped the long boots. Oh. Oh, no, that's correct. Okay. I was about to say, it looked like I did a wrong turn again. I did not. Okay, so if I get Lucretia, and I always jack up her name. Leaving the prison. Okay, let me see if I can get to the right before the next major battle, which is not too far away, I don't think, as long as I don't run my mouth too much. They just left it like this. She has a point. You gotta believe. Okay, that's absolutely not how the rock should have fallen, but... I'm sure nobody heard that commotion. I like how it's an opening. It's an actual opening, and I'm still fading through. It's like fading... You fade to black as you walk through it, because they're just treating it like a door. There must be a reason why they did that, I don't know. Okay, looks like Gundi leads me. What a beho. What you gotta be so skeptified for? I thought I made up words. Well, I mean, again, this is like I said, I have bias because, again, at the time, I'm comparing it to like when I played it for the first time, right? Obviously, by today's standards, it didn't age well. And unfortunately, when they did the After Years thing, I think they were kind of trying to go for that nostalgia, but then it ended up falling flat on its face. It's good for Kane fans, though. You finally get to see a Holy Dragon. He looks way better that way. It's like... Well, I mean, I'm just saying, like, I mean, it was one of the first games. I think it's sad that you have games that are coming out, like, current gen, and they're worse than some of the earlier ones. Like, I find, like, game series are generally supposed to progressively get better, right, as time goes by. Oh, some series actually get worse, which is sad. This man just wanted to dig a hole. I don't think he joins me yet. Digging as well. Yeah, next time I need a hole, man. Is he using a cooking wok as a helmet? Because that's sure what it looks like. It literally looks like a wok. And he faded to black. I'm not gonna lie, so the downfall of Final Fantasy started with X2. It was not necessarily the worst game, but like it started slipping after that because I believe that's when Sakaguchi left. 12 was not bad, although the battle system in the original was apparently not that great. The online ones I can't mention because those are a completely different genre. The MMORPG, XYZ, whatever the hell they call them. You can tell I play those a lot. It's not that it was a bad game, truly, but you could tell that they were going in a different direction because that was the first sequel. And that's kind of like... Because I think up to that point, they were like, no, we're never going to do sequels for Final Fantasy. And then, of course, like, things got mixed around because, again, Sakaguchi left, and he was the one who basically fathered Final Fantasy. So the original person left to go to Mistwalker or whatever. So the direction of the series changed because of that, naturally. And then when that happens, like, sometimes it changes for the better, but a lot of times it tends to get kind of worse. I was told that the Zodiac version of 12 is way better in terms of the battle system. In terms of the storyline, I don't know. I mean, Vaughn's basically useless. He's not even the main character. I think Balthiar's the main character or whatever. So, but the battle mechanics definitely started changing a lot after 10. Well, see, I was told that a lot of people like the Zodiac one better. That's what I was told. I don't know. I mean, they basically made it more like a... It kind of made it look more like an MMORPG thingamabobber thingy-cheese. Whatever you call it, but yeah, like I said, that might be a personal preference thing, but again, like, the fact that Vaughn is basically, he's basically, like, watching the entire story even though he's the main character, which is kind of odd. Like, I feel like the direction really changed with, like, the storyline. Well, 14 is the online one, so I don't know if that counts, because that's a completely different... And 14 was originally a mess, wasn't it? They called in, was it Kingdom Hearts dude to fix it? Okay, I'm making sure. It's a short area, but... They gave me a cutscene for that. And the loading screen. They really didn't have to give me a cutscene for that. It's okay. Yeah, I can tell this is a jail cell. You didn't... I see those. Well, they were able to salvage 14, though. Like, I heard it basically turned from the worst Final Fantasy to the best Final Fantasy within, like, a year. So, kudos to... I think it was the dude who... I can't remember which guy they recruited to fix it, but he did a very good job. So back to... walks out to the next screen where I find a military uniform. Hi, Kelly. You're still stuck in this bitch, aren't you? Oh, you're not gonna... Oh, fine. You're not gonna talk to me. That's appropriate. I mean, so, like I said, I personally wouldn't count 11 and 14 in the same category. Those are actually, like, not... Those are MMO whatevers. You listed 14 twice. What the hell? Is that supposed to be 15? You're not allowed to list it twice in your hate list. Okay, that's cheating. I know, that's right, Muffin. He put it twice. You're not allowed to hate it twice. That's not fair. Yeah, there you go. That's right. It's okay, he corrected it. He corrected it. Is this military uniform any good? I know, that's right, Muff Muff. She's like, lady, the sun is up. Oh my god, this is better than... Wait, hold on. So I have full armor knight stuff on, but this military uniform not only gives me better defense, but it also raises my speed, which I understand the speed part, that makes sense, but goddamn, why is it with better defense? Okay, anyway, I think they need to spend more money investing in good armor for their knights. Like, that's kind of bullshit if you ask me. Oh my god, the fucking long boots are better too. The fucking spider's long boots are better. Alright, I'm done judging the game. Let's see. Go east 2 screens. Oh my god, there's encounters in this room too. I know. The encounter rate is ridiculous, Muff Muff. Are you talking about Final Fantasy 3 or Final Fantasy 6? Because, unfortunately, because of numbering confusion. The wharf. Oh yeah, I forgot I have this prosperity. Okay, I don't need that anymore. Probably should heal her, huh? Alright. I get to beat up some guards. If I can get to them in the hallway. I was supposed to bring Cornelia with me, but I'm lazy. Apparently he's actually semi-useful in here. Because I have nobody else. There you go, that was actually worth using.
Here we go.
Die, zombie snail. Oh, he double smacked him. If I remember correctly, the prince does not have an evil laugh when he wins. Giz, if you knock my DualShock controller over, I'm gonna be really upset. I see him tugging at it. It's like charging, and he's tugging on the cable. Don't do that. Freaking controllers cost more than the games these days. Not for long, but... Actually, they're about the same price when I think about it. But anyway, that's not the point. Loading.
Damn it! How did intruders get in here?
Yikes! Look at all of them.
We must protect Lady Mercedes at any cost.
It's a 4v4. We're good.
You will not pass.
Okay, so I don't fence, but do you guys actually hold your other arm up in the air like that? Is that for balancing purposes? Oh, I have magic now. Let's see if this hits anyone. We'll find out. I actually can't tell. I mean, it looks like they're in 2 rows. Let's just do this. 1 out of 4 there. Ow. Well, my team's slow as fuck, apparently. Probably shouldn't be spreading out my attacks, but hey! Crossbows suck! Better to have a longbow! Why did they just randomly get mad right there? I have the healing, I'll just go ahead and use it. Oh, she double attacked. I wasn't expecting that. I definitely did not steal this shield rune from Miyakus. I wouldn't do anything that terrible. Oh, I got a fire and a shield orb. I don't know if I'm supposed to get those. Oh yeah, I am. Just kidding. Just kidding. I thought it was special. I mean, I'm a little surprised these people don't recognize the prince, but... Oh, yes, that's right. She definitely has a thing for Lucretia. I forgot about this. I mean, we did break into the prison, but it's okay. I mean, oh, okay, now you recognize me. That's good. You know, I say that, and there's actually a dude who is... There's a dude later who's freaking, like, pretending to be you later, so... I was about to say, like, how many people look like me, and... it's like, wait a minute. I forgot about Roy. Like, they changed their tune real quick. They changed their tune real quick. Wow. Damn it, Pop, if you didn't look so shady, we could have gotten in without a fight. That's rough. Rough. Sias? I think it's Sias. Kias? Prius? Lele. 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 We're having this long-ass conversation right outside of her door. I'm pretty sure she can hear us. Yeah, it's pretty sad when you have to imprison somebody to save their life. Politics! I mean, if he was smart, he would have, but apparently he didn't think about that. Or he didn't care. Or he's too busy doing other nefarious things. Oh. This lady has met Roy. I mean, the fact that I haven't killed you yet is probably a pretty good indication. Leon's like, I'm badass enough I could beat you barehanded. Grab my weapon. Grab my weapon. don't think it matters, but... I'm just like, if I was really an assassin, you guys are kind of screwed anyway. I don't understand why this is even an issue, but... Y'all would have been screwed anyway. Because I can beat you barehanded, that's why. That's a good answer. I still just think you should tell her you can beat her barehanded. I'm really sure she heard all of this, but the door's not that thick. There's 2 other guards? Nah. They're just there. We only care about the named guards.
Lady Mercedes, may we please come in?
Yeah, so she can clearly hear through the door.
We've brought His Royal Highness, the Prince. Thank you, Lily. Anything for you, my lady. You're Lady Mercedes?
That is correct. Lucretia Mercedes. Your Royal Highness, Leon, people of Rafley, I have been waiting for you.
Waiting for us? How did you know we were coming?
Well, I didn't really know, but I was waiting for you all the same. I am a prisoner here. However, thanks to Seals and Relay, I have some understanding of the situation outside. That is why I thought somebody would be coming for me soon. I was not sure whether it was someone who wanted to use my expertise, or someone who wished to slay me. But now I see, the prince himself came to rescue me. I am quite honored and humbled, just like a princess in a fairy tale.
Huh?
I welcome you. Please, will you not sit down and make yourselves comfortable?
I really like how the Grasslanders look in general. That might be why I like Suikoden 3 a lot, even though technically the game's got a lot of problems. I do like the designs of the Grasslanders. It's all posh and stuff. I'm not gonna lie, this prison cell's bigger than some people's studios. No toilet, though. I guess it's in a separate room. I accept. That was easy. She's the easiest person to recruit. Ta-da! There's always a catch. See, I'm not sure how he was planning to do this, because you can't just steal runes, true runes, so I don't know if he had figured out a way to steal the bust. Maybe he was going to steal the bust. But I was under the impression if you took the bust out, you couldn't necessarily control. You know, never mind. That's one thing about Lucretia. She's very tacticians are supposed to be very, very logical and objective, which helps them make better decisions. But she's correct. She did the right thing, but at the same time, she did something that was bad. She did her job as a tactician. That's why he mad at her. So don't piss me off. That being said, that's the best person to have by your side giving advice. Better than Barrows, shit. I can't refuse either. No. Just staying here. Now, she would definitely pick Lucretia over me. She would definitely pick Lucretia over me, I guarantee that. I gotta get my ass back to Rathfleet, although apparently I don't have to walk all the way back, which is nice. And I managed to pop my finger really funny, and it kinda hurts, so it's good. I'll fix it later. Maybe. But you have, like, zombie snails and shit running around in here, too. Like, seriously? Club. I'm not equipping y'all right now. It's supposed to be a relatively... I think I just go to the wharf. I don't want to do that. She called it the Slammer. Yeah, she's definitely one of those god tier. You know, now I think about it, I can't even remember who your tactician is in Suikoden V. This is how badly I've erased the game from my memory. I literally do not remember your tactician at all. I just remember. Oh my god, I forgot the hero's name too. And then fucking Snow. And Ted. And like a handful of other people. Don't they think it's a little bit weird? It's okay. I guess they're trusting like that. We're only moving this one prisoner though. They left like freaking Ridley in there. Alright. She's not wrong. Ah, the sun's up. I hate this. Alright. I don't even know if Rathwaite's in the same spot. It might have moved again. It moves constantly throughout the game. Wee. Alright. Oh my god. There we go. This welcome. You damn bullies. I am in a... What kind of ship is this? Is this a Godwin ship? I don't know who was running that prison. This music doesn't match the scenario, but that's okay. It's like we're being attacked by warships, but hey, let's be goofy. Alright, so... Talk to you, then save, and then that'll be it for me. I like to save before the major battles, apparently. Just in case I mess up. Alright. Actually, I'm gonna save real quick anyway, just in case. Every once in a blue moon, my power flickers. Actually, not even once in a blue moon. It happens often enough. I'm just gonna do this. I think one time I was trying to get Lulu's ultimate weapon in frickin' Final Fantasy X. I was dodging the fucking lightning and my power flicker. I was just like, I'm done. I never tried to do it after that. Just lost all motivation. Deathglow George. Ah, that's the nice thing about her. You don't have to do any introduction. She knows who everyone is. So basically, the two guards were lucky that I went in there, so George would have probably pounded the shit out of him. I'm not even sure she would have come with George. Dictatorship rule number 1. At least they gave you some time. What do you plan to do? Deep sigh. Yes, it's simple. You just have to drive them away. That's confidence. Yes, good point. Okay, so I'm gonna go save first. Obviously, you're supposed to help them, but... I have, like, no manpower, ma'am. You got more people than I do. Oh, they actually leave my party, okay. Oh, okay, I just want to go to the save point. You make me walk for this sucker. Because I think this is the first boat battle, which is basically the same thing as the human battles. It's just boats. Boats and hoes. Boats and hoes. Apparently, oh yeah, I forgot you can actually get a bunch of flowing rune pieces from this. No, I'm not gonna milk it. The game is not that hard. Don't need that many. Alright. Good morning, everyone. Good morning. Thanks for dropping by. Oh, I'm sorry if you. Oh, Jesus. My sponge filter came out while I was doing that. Alright. You heard a weird bubbling sound in the background? That was my sponge filter from my fish tank. My apologies. I had it pinned down before I started, but it apparently came back up. Anyway. I'm getting off. We'll catch y'all later. Thanks for dropping by. Have a good day. Have a good day. We'll catch y'all later. Stay safe, y'all. Hey. Cat. And, yeah. Go to bed. Says the person who's been up all night. Alright. Do as I say, not as I do. Alright, catch y'all later.